Good morning, members, and welcome to the 11th day of session, the 68th Wyoming Legislature Budget Session, February the 21st, 2026. Chief Clerk, will please call the roll.
Convening roll call for the 11th day, February 21st, 2026. Alamand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Plouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Fornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmass. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Reagans. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Smith. Oh. Singh. Store. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker.
Here.
Brown, Landon. Plouston. Haroldson.
Here.
Knapp. Lean. Here. Rodriguez Williams. Singh. Store. Wasserberger.
You can leave it open briefly. We'll go ahead and do prayer and then we'll close it here momentarily. Next on our agenda is prayer will be led this morning by Speaker Pro Tem Haroldson. Please rise.
Let's pray. God, we come today, our Saturday, and we thank you for the opportunity that we have to come together and to do the people's work. God, I pray as we discuss these amendments, as we go through this process, God, I pray that we would have grace. We'd have grace for each other. God, I pray that we would not get so caught up in the process that we lose sight of what the goal is, and that is to make Wyoming the best it can be. God, give us wisdom and grace for each other in the process. God, I pray that we would work with speed, but yet also do it in a way that we don't leave any rock unturned. I pray that you would be with us today as we walk through this, protect our families as we're away from them. And I pray for just safety as we go home, if we do at this point after this, or if we stay here. I pray that you would give us truly a day of Sabbath tomorrow, a day of rest. Pray you be with us now. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hey, ball. Give you a moment here while we get a few more people in. Yeah, I see we got some more representatives in here. So go ahead and finish the roll, Chief Clerk.
Singh. Store. Sherwood. 60 present, 2 excused.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. Journal Committee report.
Your Journal Committee reports that the Journal of February 20th, 2026 has been read and recommends that it be approved. Representatives Posey and Jarvis.
Representative. Wait, can you get this working? Representative Lean,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal privilege.
please.
Today, Wyoming has young youth running at the Simplot Games in Pocatello, Idaho. And I just want the body to know that they're in the finals for throwing, running, jumping, and we wish them the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lean. Okay, messages from the Senate. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoa, wait a minute. Sorry, Chief Reading Clerk. Mr. Filer has got something awesome.
Mr. Speaker, I do have something awesome for you.
Please proceed.
All right. Well, all right, guys, I'm just going to do a quick, easy one here today. Jeez, man, rough crowd. Why did the cowboy buy a dachshund? A dachshund. A dachshund or whatever, you dachshund, it depends on whichever. All right, whatever. Okay,
Wiener
why
dog.
did he do it? Because someone told him to get a long little doggy.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Filer. Reading Clerk, or please, messages from the Senate.
Message 139. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 20, Data Privacy, Government Entities. Ayes 30, noes 1. Message 140. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 27, Leashed Dogs for Tracking, Black Bear. Ayes 31. Message 141. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 43, Conservation District Supervisor Contracting. Ayes 27, noes 3, conflict 1. Message 142. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 46, Skill-Based Amusement Games, Licensed Liquor Establishments. Ayes 31. Message 143. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 57, Transparency and Hospital Service Pricing. Ayes 30, conflict 1. Message 144. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 67, Wyoming State Guard Amendments. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 145. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 71, Wyoming Department of Homeland Security. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 146. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 107, Motor Vehicle Registration and Plate Issuance System. Ayes 31. Message 147. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 122, Medical Necessity Standard Timeline Amendments. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 148. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 124, Economic Development Rodeo Museum. Ayes 24, noes 7. Message 149. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 126, Wyoming Ireland Trade Commission. Ayes 24, noes 7. Message 150. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 39, Long-Term Homeowner Tax Exemption Sunset Repeal. Ayes 21, noes 1, conflict 9. Message 151. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 44, Gambling Amendments. Ayes 31. Message 152. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 88, Sex Offenders, Residents Near Child Care Facilities. Ayes 25, noes 6. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, reading clerk. Next we have reports from our standing committees.
Senate File 18, sponsored by Education, attendance of students in K through 12 schools, an act relating to enrollment of students in K through 12 public schools. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 18, attendance of students in K through 12 schools, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Singh, Strock, Williams. Excused, Representative Bratton, Kelly, and Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman. Senate File 28, sponsored by corporations. Election voting machines and voting system tests, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, corporations, elections, and political subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 40 or Senate File 28 engrossed. Election voting machine and voting system tests. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber, Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman. Senate File 36, sponsored by Education. Hathaway Lump Sum Merit Scholarship, an act relating to the Hathaway Scholarship Program. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 36, Hathaway Lump Sum Merit Scholarship. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Strock, Williams. Noes, Representative Singh. Excused, Representative Kelly and Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman. Senate File 47, sponsored by Education. Increase of Hathaway Scholarship Awards, an act relating to increasing the Hathaway Scholarship Awards program. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 47, increase of Hathaway Scholarship Awards. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Singh, Strock, Williams. Excused, Representatives Kelly and Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
Thank you, reading clerk. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, unless there are some other announcements or anything, which I don't see anybody at the mics, we are moving into our third reading budget bill completion. Next amendment for our consideration will be amendment number 43 of House Bill number 1, third reading. Representative Angelos Bear or Clouston. Representative Angelos, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to start the morning off right and respectfully withdraw Amendment 43 to House Bill 1.
Seeing no objection from the body, but accolades, the amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 44. Representative Larson, Lloyd, Harshman, or Provenza. Right now, I think you're it, Representative Harshman. No, here comes Representative Larson. Yeah. Representative Larson or Provenza, House Amendment number 44.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
I'd like to move third reading amendment number 44 to House Bill 1. And folks, this is going back on the conversation we've had on Wyoming Public Television, which is located on the campus of the college and located in Riverton. Want to review once again what their budget does. They've historically had two sources of revenue. $3 million that's reflected that if you go to their budget and look at it, there's $3 million there that really covers all of their employee compensation. They also maintain a system of about 54 towers, communication towers throughout around the state, and have received they've received from the Corporation of Public Broadcasting biannually about another $3 million that they use for the operation and maintenance and routine maintenance of maintaining those towers. And so 3 million general funds for their salaries, and then they've been using that $3 million to maintain the towers. With that gone, they made a supplemental request for another $3 million so that they could continue to do the O&M and routine maintenance on the towers throughout the state. Those towers are a source of our emergency communication around the state. If we deny this exception request, I guess they would have to adjust accordingly with staff and with towers. Remember that this is the same entity that does all of our committee broadcasts around the state. You received, I believe, a document from the emergency management folks from around the state and all the various counties noting that these towers and the system that this public television provides is also essential for getting emergency communication out. So we've had the conversation before and tried to help you recall and understand that the Corporation for Public Broadcasting funds is not national PBS. They're the ones that fund national PBS, but they also fund all of the state public television stations, which the local public televisions, if they so desire, can purchase or come into agreements to use the national PBS programming. And if you notice, if you watch Wyoming Public Television, that's a very limited amount. The Downton Abbeys of the world, but other than that, it's most of the stuff is really focused on Wyoming-centered information. The other thing that this Wyoming Public Television has done is on the educational side, they've been critical for creating curriculum for Indian Education for All, as well as other education materials that can be distributed around the state for our K-12 education. I'd appreciate your consideration in this funding.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Any members for their first time on amendment number 44? Representative Nicholas, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, on in favor of this motion. So we had discussions about our good friends in Fremont County last year, you may recall. They still had funding back then, but there was a general misconception that somehow that this television program was left-leaning. And I can tell you that that's simply not the case. They are Wyoming leading to the T. That's all they care about. That's where their soul and function is, and the programming and educational opportunities they provide to young folks who want to go into broadcasting is unique in Wyoming. And so I would just respectfully submit it. We shouldn't be singling out this type of program because this is all Wyoming. And I don't know if you saw their 2 or 3 recent releases that they let out this summer are amazing programs, award-winning, in fact, national award winnings. We know the people who run and operate this. The director, hardcore pro-Trump Republican Party folks. It's just, these are the people.
Representative, we probably want
what
to avoid naming folks on the floor if we can help it.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
And one of them serves on the school board. I mean, these are the building blocks of Wyoming and of the Fremont County community. So we appreciate your favorable representation.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. appreciate the comments from the previous speaker. I just want to share with the body some of the comments we heard during testimony for this agency. And I want to remind the body that we did fund the same funding that we have always funded with the increases for inflation. So they have their standard budget in our budget as we speak today. So these were funds that are replacing federal funds that have now been denied. Just want to be clear about that. And to the previous speaker about the programming, one of the items of testimony that we received is that Wyoming-centric programming that he was speaking of, I probably would agree that it's not left-leaning, it is Wyoming, but it's only 10% of the programming. So I just want to share that information with the body. I'm going to be on and opposed to the amendment.
Representative Thayer, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Approximately 85% of the state listens to Wyoming listens to Wyoming PBS. They use it as our emergency management. Some of us have even been interviewed on their shows. I guess my question is, it's the same funding as the good chairman had said for their operations, but the federal funds, they were cut. This is us not letting the big government rule us. This is us taking back our Wyoming public television. Thank you. Supported this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Thayer. Representative Singh, your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So folks, I respectfully would ask that we not move forward with any sort of the givings of public money to this entity. And I do that because I work in broadcasting and I understand and I appreciate the artistic expression and the efforts done by the journalists, the good work that they do in public media. But the fact of the matter is that this money is directly competing with private industry, and that's just not the role of government. And so I would ask that we vote against any sort of measure that would use the government to supplement and a direct attack on private industry. Thank you.
Representative, who'd like to go first? Oh, Representative Conley, I'm sorry. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, Representative Conley. Did you have a good night?
Yes,
Good.
I slept like a rock.
That's awesome. Congratulations. I hope that's the consensus view of the body.
Yeah, so I'm ready for this day.
Awesome. Please
I'm
proceed.
so ready to address this amendment. I've had some experience in media myself, and I don't see Wyoming public media as a threat to private media people. I see it as a challenge to make everybody better. And I don't know, there's probably some folks in here that remember the winter of '49. You should take an opportunity to just watch some of the programming that's on there. It's all about Wyoming. And they just came out with one for Vietnam. There's so many more positives about what Wyoming public media does than negatives. And if we're afraid of that our local Wyoming public media is too liberal or too woke, I watched that show and I have had, I don't know how many different folks say, please, this is the only thing we watch. Please don't take this away from us. Now, the other thing is they do more than just programming. You've heard about the towers. You've heard what they do. Well, working in emergency management and putting emergency alerts out, these guys have put all kinds of money into providing a backbone, redundant emergency alert system together for every resident in this state. And if we are so narrow-minded and so afraid of woke, then I guess I don't know what else to say. This is a good service to Wyoming, and I hope you don't.
Representative Campbell, for your first time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to pause the conversation for a minute and steer us away from all of the programming discussion. We can have that later. This amendment is specific to the towers. That's what it is, $3 million to continue to operate the towers that I would wager even the private broadcasting companies use. So these are the 50-some towers across our state that multiple entities use. This $3 million is to continue to maintain and operate the towers, period. We can talk programming later. This is to keep the towers functional, so I'm on and absolutely in favor.
Representative Chestick, your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up on the previous speaker's comments, my understanding is that this money is to support the towers. It's a technology thing. Those towers support emergency communications. This is how we get alerts for when there's weather issues and other problems that we need to address at public address. That is not something the public sector, that the private sector does. We're not competing with the private sector in providing emergency communication.
Representative Washit, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think back to last spring, we had major flooding in the state to the south with the single star lonely floating on the flag and brought about death of lots of people after that flooding. And what was the first thing we heard? No alert, no alert. Government failed. People died because there were no alerts. These towers are part of that system. And maintaining those towers and maintaining their functionality may someday save a life. And that's why I'm going to be a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Stivar, first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got a little experience with towers. My question is, how many of them towers have IRU customers on them, and what are they paying to help maintain them towers? If that question could be answered, thank you.
Representative Ward, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that I know we all get lots of emails from lots of people, but I happen to have looked at my emails, and I have received more emails from my constituents regarding this very issue. And I can't say that they're necessarily some of our more aged in our communities, but the constant theme, and these were unique emails that I'm referring to, not repeat emails, but the constant theme was that's where they get their information. And it's been stated ahead of me, the prior speaker. When we fail to provide adequate tools to keep our constituents safe, there are consequences. And we live in a very big state that can have catastrophic events happen in the blink of an eye. We've had landslides, we've had accidents in tunnels. We've been very fortunate that we have such a low population, because if we were as populated as some of the other states, it would be even more catastrophic. But this is one of those hard ones. I know, believe me, I'm not so much conservative as I'm just cheap. I hate to spend money I don't need to spend. But when I look at the budget that this state has, to me, this is a pittance. And I think it's a mistake to forego this funding. I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Got a conference going on in the back one. Representative Wiley, would you like to speak right now, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, not only have we heard that this is a part of our critical infrastructure, right? We use it for emergency management, different things. So many other entities tie on to this. Just like the last speaker, I've been flooded with emails, and these aren't just a click. I'm from this county, over and over again. These are emails from, war veterans and from widowers and from little kids and from our constituents across the board. Please don't take this service away from us. I had an email the other day, and it was an elderly gentleman, and talking about how, one of the few things that this gentleman enjoyed anymore was to sit in the backyard and listen to one of these programs. Again, I believe that we're getting tied up and caught up into these national talking points, right? And we can't see beyond that to see how we can affect and do better for Wyoming. And I believe that we need to start thinking about that more. How can we work harder for the hardworking Wyomingites that we all represent, and maybe not get tied up in this national stuff so much, the rhetoric and the divisiveness and the fighting. Let's start working for the folks at home. Please support this.
Representative Lawley, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Saturday morning to you.
I missed the cartoons, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, on and for the amendment, as the good representative from the far southwest corner of the state, I think my directions are correct there, said, it was a little surprising to me, the amount of email I got on this issue. I don't actually watch TV very much. So what I'm hearing and the demographic he described is really it. They do depend on this. This programming is really important to them because that's how they keep up to date on what's going on in Wyoming. And so, it's like I said, it's in the top 5. It's about number 4 in terms of the priority of the emails I got. And considering some of the things on the table this budget session, that's pretty high. So for my people, I'm going to vote aye. Because you see, we have the money. It's not really about the money, quite frankly. And for me, I came here to serve my constituents and no other particular organization or group.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Angelos, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to just clarify, there's some confusion between this funding for the 3 million and the 3.6 million for the towers. And we've heard like towers. This is not the tower funding. And in fact, I'm just going to correct you that I have an email from the director, and they are working with the department that works on our construction to build the tower part into major maintenance. It should be built into major maintenance. It should be funded that way. And they do not need that funding. I have an email from her saying that. This is the funds that the federal government cut. We are not cutting their base standard budget. We are cutting or denying the increase that the feds cut. And I will say, if the program is valuable, and we are hearing that the programming is valuable, people will donate and support it. That is the free market. And I've spoke to this director and I've said, I'm the way we built it into the budget, I want to give them time to prove that. I want the Wyoming people, if this is a valuable service, and we are hearing that it is, that they will donate. But this is not about the towers. They are working on that with the department that runs our construction to build that into major maintenance, and it should be. So I hope that kind of clears up some misconceptions and on and against.
Representative Brown, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one might believe if they tuned in right now, they would be watching a cartoon show, Mr. Speaker. So I think we're doing all right with Saturday morning cartoons. So
well, let's keep it funny. So, all right, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't watch Wyoming public television. I haven't. I remember there was a show named Arthur at one point when I was a little kid, and that's about all I can tell you from it. What I will tell you is I do not want to put public safety in the hands of fundraising. That is exactly what happened in Texas last year when we had a flash flood that came through. And I really appreciate the good chief bringing this up, because that is exactly what happened. This very, very similar conversation happened down in that great state. They defunded portions of that in an effort to show the man. And in response, we lost lives because there was not adequate warning.
Thank you. Representative Larson, JT, your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm a little confused here. So on one hand, we're saying, yes, let's go out and fundraise for this. This is a worthy cause for people to donate to. But then on the other hand, we're saying people are hurting with the impacts of inflation, and we have to cut property taxes and stuff like this. So what is it? Are people in a position to be donating at this point in the world? Or are they in a position where they can't afford day-to-day things? I think this is a worthy cause for the government to support because we're protecting public safety. This is a public safety matter, and I encourage you to vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, so I looked up a list of some of the documentaries that are either upcoming or they have already done. I think the good representative from Johnson County talked about the blizzard of 49. We've had documentaries on Heart Mountain. We've had documentaries on the Red Desert, on our reservation, about trona miners. Who are you going to donate money to produce a documentary about trona miners? But it's still important that we tell Wyoming's story about every industry, every bit of culture around the state. I heard that we should just let people donate to make this happen. What will happen is if you say we need to put all their funding on donors, is that they will be beholden to donors and not beholden to Wyoming. I don't necessarily want donors to decide what Wyoming Public Television looks like. What I want is for Wyoming to decide what Wyoming Public Television looks like. Also, one thing that they did put in front of the appropriations, the committee number 2, was that this money that was from the federal government was also used to pay for broadcasting us around the state. I mean, donors might think it's important to broadcast us. They might not think it's important to broadcast us, but I think we as Wyoming should think it's important that for transparency's sake, we're shown across the state. I thank all those staff that make it around the state every time we have those interim committee meetings, because frankly, I think it's important for us to have those interim committee meetings in different parts of the state than just the capital city. But if we cut this $3 million, we're gonna have to figure out how to do that a different way anyways. And so would ask you to vote in favor of putting in this funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? We are still on first time, House Amendment number 44. First reading amendment. Any others for their first time? Seeing none, second time. I have Nicholas, Bear, Thayer, Singh, Connolly, Campbell, Chestick, Washit, Stivar, Wharf, Wiley, Lawley, Angelos, Landon Brown, JT Larson, and Representative Yin. Representative Singh for your second time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just for transparency's sake, thank you.
I think
sir.
if that's the word you're searching for, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For transparency's sake, if you go onto the meeting for today and you click on the link that says live video, all of this information is available for free online through a service, just a link that we have on our website, and is live streamed for free to the public right now.
Representative Thayer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the question here, or my question to committee number 2, should be worked into another budget. Should we take the chance, whether it's programming towers for alerts, these are our Wyoming people. should be worked into. I'm just asking, do you want to take that chance that it could be worked in to other funding for the safety of our people in Wyoming?
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their second time? Representative Bear, for your second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a little bit more clarification. We had a bill earlier that we passed through this body called the feed bill. That's our funding for our operations as a legislature. Within that feed bill, we added 2 personnel and funding for equipment for video presentation of our meetings throughout the summer, which this entity in this amendment, with these funds that were removed in the budget, may not be able to do. So we anticipated that. We took care of that in the feed bill, just so you all know. And one other piece of information I'd like to share with you, we made a pretty major investment this last summer into another meeting facility in the town that is named in the land of Durr. Sometime we got to change that rule. I don't know why we do that. I picked that up from the good chair of transportation, I guess. Anyway, we created a new facility there, and it will be much like the meeting rooms that we have in that city in the center, that windy city in the center of the state. And so it'll be all set up. Other agencies can use the meeting room, but it'll be set up with your name tags and everything. So we've got another meeting facility that'll have all the cameras and everything installed ready for us to go. So trying to make it so that we can go out into the state and hold meetings where the public can get involved and be a participant of. And so I don't think we need this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I will remind all the members, you can say the county if you want, if that'll help. So you can definitely say counties in this discussion. Representative Wiley, for your second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From a podium in Laramie County, I shall talk to the body again. Not only for transparency's sake here, so the folks at home can see what we're doing and we keep this thing whole. Here we are again, justifying the no, saying no, vote no. It's okay, we can do that. This is not responsible. We need to figure out how to carry this, how to support this, how to do it responsibly. It's not overspending. This is keeping a service that folks rely on every day in this state. Vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Nicholas, second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So part of the problem is we're on third reading because it seems to me it would be useful if we could modify this so that this would require matching funds. Because part of the problem was that money was just pulled away. And so to have the ability to entirely take over that $3 million for the broadcasting components up in Riverton, it's a tall task. But this is just a budget. And so at a minimum, if we would pass this, and then we could just have the understanding is that it won't come back in the next budget, and they need to use it to help raise funds so it can be self-sustaining. But because the rug was pulled out from under them too sweet, I think at least these amount of funds, they could at least operate for this biennium and then figure out another source or come back to us with better ideas in next year or the next biennium.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members? Any other members for the second time?
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, yeah, Representative Yen, please. I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm trying to look through Management Council notes on when Management Council is the one that determines what's in the feed bill. I don't recall actually talking about adding new staff to videotape us during our interim session. So I'm trying to figure out where, I'm looking at the budget comparison sheet and I'm trying to figure out where that is. So if the good chairman of committee number 2 could help me out, because I don't actually recall that actually being a discussion point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for a second time? Okay, back to the bringer. Representative Larson, Lloyd, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think that there's some confusion. Again, this poor agency has been rife with misunderstanding and trying to help us all learn what they do and how their funding goes is really, really important as it pertains to this amendment. So colleges and university don't report their federal funds, and so it's not shown on their budget. So if you look at their budget, public television's $3 million general funds, they use that funding for their Series 100 for the most part. That's their employee and compensation for that component. They receive another $3 million of the federal funds that have gone away. That is used for the ongoing operations, maintenance, and routine maintenance for the tower system. Now, one of the appropriators noted that we're confused because there was another footnote in there where they had made a request for $3.6 million to be used for major maintenance upgrades. They've got some components that need to be replaced. Completely different. Completely different. So in this building, every month we had to pay for the lights, we had to pay for the cleaning, we have to pay for ongoing maintenance, routine maintenance of this building. That's different than replacing the roof or replacing the HVAC. So if you think of these towers out there, you've got a tower that's like a building. It's capital construction, and you've got standby generators, you've got computers, you've got, in the remote places, you've got propane, or if you, in some places, you've got electricity. You have this ongoing maintenance, plus your travel cost to get your employees as they go and do this maintenance around the state. That's what this $3 million is for. It doesn't account for when they have to replace a standby generator or a dish or a computer. That's the major maintenance. That's the major maintenance request that is in footnote 12. We're on footnote, or we're on note 11. So the comment was, this will not impact at all the programming if we don't provide it. It won't impact programming at all. Not true, because then they've got to decide with only $3 million how they continue to cover the operations and maintenance of the towers and provide programming. There will be cuts and reductions in both. So that narrative that this doesn't pertain to programming, I think, is also flawed. And it has nothing to do with Note 12. There was a question from the good veteran over here in the corner about, do they lease tower space, which is common around, and indeed they do. And that comes back in as some special revenue that then is used to help with operations and maintenance of the towers. The note about the taking care of legislative meetings, the legislative meetings they do here at the Capitol are the State of the State address. In the Capitol, we do have the infrastructure for as noted for this meeting, but we don't have that when you go to up into the town where the Red Devils are at, or where the high towers, am I getting the towers are at, you know, around the state in each of our communities. Now, we did upgrade when we one of the buildings in just laughing at our charades that we were doing here. One of the buildings in my hometown that we redone for an agency, we have a meeting space that we are upgrading similar to this. Great. But not in everybody's community do we have that. So we have relied on these guys, which interestingly enough, we've allocated approximately $50,000 a year since 2017 to cover those costs. This entity is so efficient that since 2017, they've only charged the state $86,000. So we've got our bang for a buck. Now, the conundrum that Committee 2 has, and very accurate, that we have funded this to the standard budget. And that just should be sufficient to carry him through. Reminds me a little bit of analogy if, you know, we're so proud that first day our oldest child goes to kindergarten. And mom goes out, buys new clothes, but grandma's proud too. And so she, brand new pair of boots. Off he goes. Next year we buy new clothes. And grandma comes, feet have grown, new pair of boots. Grade 3, grandma's passed away. Sorry, sad experience. And mom goes out, buys a new set of clothes, and boy's getting ready to walk out the door, and he says, but I don't have any shoes. Well, sorry, grandma died. She didn't buy any new shoes. You're just going to have to go without shoes. So there's just these changes, I mean, of no, grandma died, CDC, I mean, and this outfit doesn't get, this agency doesn't get the new shoes that they've had every year. So do we just send them out the door and say go? No. And I think our agency number 2 recognizes that there's circumstances over the course of a year that impacts all our agencies' funding. And to just say that it's chiseled in stone and shouldn't change at all is difficult to sustain or support. So I would encourage and I vote on this, and let's help these folks carry on the great work that they've been taking care of since they're.
Representatives, you are voting on amendment number 44 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid,
Excused.
Sherwood, Singh,
Excused.
Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Singh, excused to, no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 31 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 44 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Next amendment for our consideration is number 45. Representative Lucas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 45 to House Bill 1. Let's talk about public television some more. First, folks, Wyoming has no legal obligation to fund public television. It's not a law. It's not in the Constitution. This decision rests solely at the discretion of the legislature. And that's during the biennial budget process, and here we are. The federal law does not require states to fund public broadcasting. An act was established in 1967 that allowed the federal government entity to fund public television efforts, but none of it requires states to fund this. And interestingly, Wyoming is one of 8 states that does fund public television pretty fully. 22 do not at all, and 20 just partially, perhaps in the form of equipment or maintenance. Furthermore, states don't fund local programming either in many cases. The federal government, as we know, is changing their funding of this public television effort. In May of last year, an executive order was issued directing federal agencies to the maximum extent permitted by law to end or reduce taxpayer subsidization, easy for me to say, over this, citing concerns over political bias and marketplace competition. It has been stated this morning that there is no political bias and that none of the programming is woke, and I beg to disagree. A couple years ago, a children's reading program featuring a rainbow threatened the host, and is a national star, threatened to lay hands on the Liberty-Minded Moms group. And thousands of people in that audience applauded. And there was no statement issued by the broadcasting company itself or by the Wyoming Broadcasting Company about that. There is a cartoon show on there, and it features a little tiger. And that show has frequently had programming displaying alternate genders and lifestyle choices. And this is a show that's intended for 2- and 3-year-olds. And I think that that might be contrary to mainstream or what some of you would call not woke, but I think it is. So our Wyoming public television system receives right now about 30% of its income from the federal taxpayer dollars, and less than 20% from the state coffers. That their income is about $5 million a year altogether. And part of that is $200,000 a year that is investment income that comes from an initial seed grant money that the state paid $5 million of taxpayer dollars, which is sitting there earning 4% interest. And this is Wyoming taxpayer money, not public money. To tell you a little bit about the emergency broadcasting, in order to hear an emergency broadcast, you would have to have your television or internet device on that channel. It doesn't intrude otherwise. And about 15% of Wyoming households have antenna capability in their houses right now. So that's not the mainstream. You would have to literally have your device on that channel in order to receive that alert. It doesn't intrude, otherwise it doesn't call you. So all of our other television stations do this, our radio stations do this too. It is an important service, but it is not the only important service that's offered at this. I will tell you that I love Wyoming television's programming. I am one of those people who watch it. I used to subscribe until they endorsed, basically by not decrying their programming threatening to lay hands on somebody, a group that disagrees perhaps with some of their content and their ideology. And I don't condone violence in any form. And so I stopped subscribing to it then. But I believe that because most of their programming largely comes from the UK, it's BBC and other letters. A lot of it is national feed. So a lot of it is, it's just really good programming. And I think that they could compete in the commercial market. They already have really good income. And I just don't think this is not the job of the federal government to provide entertainment to our citizens. We've got other things to do with this money, folks. Let's do it. I ask you to support this amendment.
Representative Connolly, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's a misunderstanding about the emergency broadcast piece of this. It does, in fact, you do not have to be on that channel to receive these alerts. It goes across all cable, radio. I know this because I've been in emergency management and I've had to watch and see these alerts be issued. So that is not quite the way it is, and I 100% support this amendment.
Representative Brown, Landon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen,
We got some noise here. Conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please keep that down? Representative Brown, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I pulled out our status report, and I appreciate having the members of JAC to be able to answer quick questions off the mic. So if you look at the status report, what's really interesting about this is the chief executive only recommended 110,000, but then our JAC actually recommended upping that to an additional 290,000. So you actually see the $400,000 listed here. And so I said, number one, where's that other funds coming from? What is that? And I really thank the representative from the Land of the Camels, because she says it's right here down on footnote number 13. It's the Wyoming Public Television Endowment Interest Spending Authority. So what we're doing is the exact same thing we talked about doing with barbers. They have an endowment. We're giving them the authority to spend out of their own endowment. And now we want to completely yank that away. This is spending authority, ladies and gentlemen, of their own money. This completely guts the program. I will be the first one to admit I never watch this agent. I never watch this, okay? But there are a lot of people in this state who do. Don't defund those people.
Thank you, Representative. Other members, first time? Representative Larson, Boyd, for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to add on to the good chairman of transportation, the reason the increase from 110 to 400,000 was because last year we allowed for the endowment fund to be invested in a different pool, anticipating a higher rate of return. So there would be more revenue generated off that investment of the endowment, and this gives them the authority to spend up to that 400,000. Their investment income may not actually hit that, but it would be around there. Now, I think we also have to step back to the previous amendment as we consider this, and because what we heard on this amendment is a source of revenue for public television, and the sponsor of this amendment noted that there's about $3 million of state dollars, there's about $3 million of federal dollars. You'll recall, they lost the $3 million federal dollars. That doesn't exist anymore. They just have the $3 million general fund dollars. And the 400,000 that in addition that she's wanting to reduce there is income, investment income off their endowment fund. Please vote no.
Representative Larson, JT, please, first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't defund things because I'm afraid of a rainbow or other people or differing views. Everybody has the right to live their life that they want to live, and that's the beauty of the state of Wyoming. So I encourage you to vote no.
Representative Lawley, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, on and for the amendment, I represent two very rural counties. And I have learned that many of my constituents watch PBS, listen to radio, and this is important to them. I didn't come here to talk about what my opinions are about it. I don't watch it. I just don't consume that much media. So I think it's important to understand that, especially in rural Wyoming. You might want to ask yourself, why is it popular? It doesn't have to do with anything that the bringer of this amendment said. It has to do with they get the kind of programming they want in terms of Wyoming and what it introduces them to, and even some of the things like some of the across the pond programming that is very great, documentaries and dramas. Thank you.
Representative Haroldson, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So guys, when we were looking at the budget and we go through that budget conversation, absolutely, we do realize where they're at on the federal level, where they got the federal cut. We did not give that back, and we also did not give the upgrade to their towers, but we said, protect their base budget. And then if people really want this, let them step up and help make this reality. So I still stand behind that statement. If this is something that the people of Wyoming want, we'll preserve that base budget. And so I definitely hear the good bringer and her heart on this, but I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Davis, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like most hardworking people in Wyoming, we listen to multiple sources of information. But when there's a crisis happening, it's critical to be able to go to a good source and get accurate information. And this Wyoming PBS, that's where you can go. Get the information that we need to have in order to address the crisis at hand. So I'm against this amendment.
Representative Wiley, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So now, not only are we going to leave Wyomingites behind, we're going to mandate and impede our will to tell them what they can watch, what they should watch, how they should live. This is just wrong. What's going on and everything we're doing is wrong. I can't believe this. Can't believe this is a broken record over and over and over again.
Any other members? Representative Posey, please.
Morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, Representative. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I am against this amendment. I think I watch quite a bit of PBS, very educational. I think with their future, what they hold, they continue to grow and to have more subject matter. There's veteran stories, as the representative to my south here talked about some Indian Aid for All components and that. And I just think this is would be a bad move. So I vote no. Thank you.
Representatives, I just hear a lot of murmuring and stuff like that. It is hard to hear up here. So if you're going to have a conversation, I would encourage you to go on to the sidebars and have that conversation. Please encourage you to talk and converse as much as you can, but try to keep it off the floor so that we can hear the speakers and pay them the respect that they're due and be able to hear them and their issues and bring to the body. So please, sidebar conversations off the floor. Representative Filer, please.
Mr. Speaker, just first for a second.
Yep, first for a second. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard a lot of things this morning. There's an old expression says, if you love something, set it free. It goes on, but I'm not going to on that. Folks, I don't care whether it's left-leaning, right-leaning. I'm intrigued by the fact that it has award-winning programming. I've heard stats that say 85% of people listen or watch. They ought to be able to do pretty well. I don't care whether the funding is coming from big government back east or from little government here. There is a fundamental belief in the founding of this country in the separation of the press from government so that the press could be a watchdog. In this day and age, there are an infinite number of ways that people can be warned of an emergency. Most of us are probably going to get it through some social media of one type or another. And I'm going to be an eye on this. I realize it's their money, but it's time to cut the cord. And I think once they're free, they can go out and sell advertising. They compete on the open market. If they've got that great a project or that great of programming, it'll sell. And I actually think they'll be in much better shape.
Any other representatives for their first time? Representative Connolly? But you're already on there, so. Any others? No, good, good. Second, Representative Yen, please.
Mr. Speaker, first, second.
First, second, Representative. Okay, we're going the second go round then. Representatives for the second go, Representative Connolly, please.
Thank you,
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker. As you can tell, I'm a little bit passionate about this. And when I said I was in favor of this motion, I want to clear that up. I am absolutely opposed to this motion. And I would put more trust in Wyoming public media to give me accurate information than ever look on social media. So vote no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lawley, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to also correct my misspeak. I am against this amendment. I don't look to the federal government to give me direction on what Wyoming should do. This is something that affects my people, and they have spoke loud and clear. And so on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their second time? Representative Yen for second time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So when I hear someone say we shouldn't let them spend their own money, but then we should let them sell commercials to fund emergency broadcasting, that's a real struggle, Mr. Speaker. I get it. Most of us have all sources, but we have people that live in the middle of Wyoming. We know that we are a very rural state. And sometimes there's no cell phone service. You're not necessarily going to have internet everywhere. You're going to be in your house and you get whatever's on antenna. Are those the people that we should say, you know what? We don't need them to get emergency information? This is money, again, that they have to spend on their own that isn't taxpayer dollars, and we're saying, no, you shouldn't be allowed to spend it. I think that there's a real issue there if that's how we budget in the state of Wyoming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their second time? I've got Brown, Larson, Lloyd, and JT, Davis, Haroldson, Wiley, Posey, Filer, and Pendergraft. Seeing no one? Okay, Representative Lucas, you'd like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of points just on things that I heard. Social media is not broadcast media. Social media doesn't provide the news services that we see on broadcast television channels. Wyoming is one that relies heavily on antenna television for broadcast media, but yet only 15 to 20% of our households use antenna broadcast services. So no matter how robust an emergency management broadcast system is, it does not turn your television on. And it will not provide an alert if your device is not on. You can't see it or hear it then. And so if only 15 to 20% of the households have that capability, that's not really gonna get it done. You can get this also over the internet. But again, if you're not on that internet channel, you're not gonna get it. And these are logistical issues. My phone will not change to a different website on its own. You have to be there in order to hear it. All of the other television broadcasters and radio broadcasters provide emergency management systems. There was a message, changing subject slightly, the Blizzard of 49 was a really good book written by a Wyoming native, a friend of mine, as a matter of fact, who collaborated with Wyoming Television to provide a really great documentary on that. My point is this: Wyoming Public Media provides excellent broadcasting. They should provide excellent broadcasting. The government should not provide any type of entertainment broadcasting. I ask for your support on this amendment. It's important.
Okay, members, you are voting on House Bill 1, third reading, amendment number 45. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Ellamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza,
No.
Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Guggenmoss, aye. To no. Further changes. Weber? No. To aye. Further changes. Knapp? No. To aye. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 14 aye, 46 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have rejected third reading amendment number 45 to House Bill 1. Next amendment for our consideration, number 46. Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move third reading amendment number 46 to House Bill 1. Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment, actually the next two amendments don't cost any money. It's really us directing policy to the 5 electeds. And we do that often and frankly should do that. And so this basically goes into the agency number 60, State Lands and Investments, and says that of their appropriation, we want them to report back to our Minerals Business and Economic Development Committee with some ideas. And they're the ones in charge really of all of our state lands and management of those. And we have some incredibly well-positioned state lands. Some are on interstates, some are right on railroad spurs, all of our interstates, 90, 25, 80. And so it's really having them come back with some ideas so we can kind of, because this is where these policy things kind of initiate. So what this says basically is that it's in paragraph B, have them come back with a study, giving us some ideas about where would be a good location where we could create a couple energy campuses. So in 46, it's kind of this idea of a nuclear production, processing, taking our uranium resource, instead of shipping it out, maybe we can process it here. We have the most uranium in the country, right? And that goes back to the Manhattan Project in World War II. I mean, we were integral in that. We already had a nuclear reactor on Sundance Mountain in the 50s protecting us. And of course, the University of Wyoming had a reactor then as well. And so but this whole new take on nuclear power, it's kind of what they're trying to do to coal right now. It's what happened in the 70s, and it's really unfortunate. And it hurt Wyoming uranium industry. But I think we're on the resurgence of this thing. And so I think ready for a takeoff. And I'm frankly at the crossroads because of all this A&I and data centers and this energy demand, kind of like in the 70s when the people on this floor said, we're going to go for the coal industry. We're not going to let Montana have it. And brought them here. It's changed our state forever. I mean, if the folks in the 70s said, no, we don't want strip mining of coal, we'd be a much different place. And so I think continue these discussions. So I think it does a couple things. It sends a message, and then it gives us a little knowledge, and it gets some thinking out there. And all these things happen in the budget. And you think about used to be the cleanest coal plant in the world. I think there's one in Asia or two in Asia now that are a little cleaner than Dry Fork up in Campbell County. I think maybe I can't say that, but we put in the budget. I was chairman of the Appropriations Committee, and we put in the budget the Integrated Test Center. That wasn't a bill. We put the ITC in the budget, and that thing is starting to just change the way we use coal. And we all know we could build a bunch of Dry Forks in this country in 6 months, a year, and we would solve all of our energy problems, but we're up against this politics. But I want us to embrace this thing, and I think the only person in Wyoming history to serve as Speaker of the House and President of the Senate is from Fremont County. And you all know him well. And I know him real well. And we had some he was a Shoshone boy. Can I say that? I think and he was a wrangler. And I tell you, he was one of the new kids here in the legislature we called that was really, and he wrote a really interesting article here last week in the statewide digital paper. And it was really the last part of that article. He talked about a future worth building. And he said, Wyoming has never shied away from big ideas or bold leadership. Nuclear power is not a departure from our heritage. It's the next evolution of it. We have the workforce, the resources, the land, and the political will to lead the nation and advance nuclear energy. The question is whether we seize the moment. And if we do, Wyoming will light the way. And so I just wanted to leave you with that take, and this would be just a message. It's not going to cost any money. And so I appreciate the discussion and your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for the bringer. I'm looking at section B here, and I see a list of the things that would be studied, which I agree entirely with, but I think it comes up a little short, and I want to address that and ask the bringer to address it on his closing remarks. But it says here in paragraph B that we're trying to find out how we can get as much revenue as possible from our state lands, and I think we all understand that's important. But it goes specifically through the development of nuclear energy research, demonstration, manufacturing, and commercialization campus. The one piece of the cycle, if you will, for this energy source that's not listed is the storage of nuclear waste. And this is the big elephant in the room when it comes to this type of energy. And I am a proponent of this type of energy. I served in that force that floats on the water for our country, and I was working often with this type of energy. I believe it's safe. I believe it's a good source, especially when you're out on the water and can't get close to a coal-fired power plant. But it does come with this one drawback, and that is waste. And our federal government is control of that, and they haven't solved this problem. So if we're going to study this thing, shouldn't we study that issue? That's my question for the bringer. At this point, I'm on and against because it falls short.
Representative Riggins, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the hearings and public meetings we had in my hometown for the last year and a half, one of the biggest complaints was most of that information was coming from private enterprise. And so there was a lack of trust of what they were hearing. And I agree, the biggest issue is SNF. But I think I support this amendment for that reason, because we just have that big argument down in my hometown, and then just a few weeks later, it sounds like they're planting two right here in town, and I'm like, well, I know that's not even close to being true. So maybe another source of information would be beneficial to everyone in this state when they're making these considerations. And I don't know how broad a scope would be of these of this study. Certainly, I think you'd be a little bit neglectful if you weren't considering SNF in that, just to find out. So I stand in support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Riggins. Representative Larson, JT, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of this amendment, I think this will position Wyoming well for the future. Nuclear energy is becoming one of the most important energies of the future, and will be a reliable base load power for our energy grid. And I think that Wyoming would be falling behind if we don't take action now. So I encourage an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, on and for this amendment. And I just wanted to address the Chairman of Appropriations comments about not specifically including the storage of waste. That we could have done, it could have been done that way, but it's not excluded from this. This is very general in terms of how it's written, and that they would look into it as a researching the nuclear energy in general. That is a part of it. So there's nothing here that excludes that. And I even agree that's an important question, but you might want to know that the current person leading our federal administration has basically named this initiative #1 in his energy policy of really looking towards the future. And he did three executive orders on the issue of nuclear energy. Very long, very specific. If you want to go look them up, they were done, I think in the spring of the first of the administration. But one of those executive orders went specifically to the issue of the storage of waste. He knows it's a problem. We all know it's a problem because it's a political problem. It's not an actual practical problem, and that's what the science will tell you. And in my time on the Minerals Committee, we've gone deep dives into the nuclear energy and the different facets, but that executive order is already working and in the terms of the information being gathered, and he is committed to putting his political capital behind solving this problem of long-term nuclear waste. So that's being worked on. I think that will be a part of what this is looking at, is researching, because a number of the resources we have, the good bringer of the amendment mentioned the issue of uranium. There's a lot of that on state lands, because this is about what's on state lands. And proximity to the processing could be a factor in the development of other nuclear-related processes, or even parts of the processes. Like I said, maybe not using the advanced nuclear reactors, but I am for nuclear energy, but we do need to solve the long-term waste problem. And I really, challenge you to learn more about it. Go up to Idaho National Laboratories. I've been up there, and see what these processes really are. Many people are thinking back to the 50s, 60s. that isn't even what we're talking about with advanced nuclear technology. And so I hope this discussion will stay on the advanced nuclear technology. But anyway, this is about researching, looking, understanding, where is this on our state lands? Because we do have that obligation to get the highest use out of the land, and that brings in the best income from our state. It supports our schools. But having a study and looking into this, I think, is the first step. We need to know. But be assured that while the federal government has not yet solved that problem because politically of the long-term storage of nuclear waste, basically doesn't mean it can't be solved. And I actually think this is one of the things that our current federal chief executive can solve, because he is determined to put all his political capital behind solving it. On and for the amendment.
Representative Alleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first looked at this amendment, I was a strong guy. Then I got to thinking about it. I think this is a great interim topic. We need some public involvement in this, and we need to let the public say whether it's in their backyard or whether it's 10 miles from town, 10 miles from their backyard or right in their backyard. There's a lot to this, folks. And I think we need to just kind of maybe slow down a little bit and put it through the interim and get some good public comment. I think it's a great idea and a great deal for our state lands. Thank you.
Representative Chestick, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pretty sure I'm an aye on this, but I'd like to have some clarification from the bringer. I think you all know that my creds on green energy are strong, that I'm very much a supporter of environmentally sound energy policy. And I think this actually supports that. I hope it does. And that's why until I hear the response from the bringer, I'm probably going to be a yes vote on this. What I understand this amendment to do is to authorize and to encourage, really, study of new nuclear technology. And I do believe there's a lot of potential value to Wyoming for new nuclear technology. I am totally against the old, the current form of nuclear energy is very dangerous and produces a lot of dangerous wastes. But new nuclear has a very high potential for creating energy with very low waste. And particularly the molten salt reactors, I think, are a technology that can produce energy, and the waste comes out that is way less dangerous. And in some cases, there are some forms of molten salt reactors that generate waste that can then be used commercially in nuclear medicine. You can cure cancer with the waste from some of these technologies. So we need to study that. We need to understand how that process works. An interim topic is probably a good idea. I like that idea very much. But as long as the intent of this bill, this amendment, is to promote the study of the new nuclear technologies, including the waste, and the representative from the Bighorn area is right about that I think the amendment is broad enough to include. You can't study any of the process without also studying the waste. That's the big thing that's always going to be part of the study. It doesn't need to be stated here to be included. I think it's just by necessity it's included in this bill. So I am a tentative yes on this motion.
Representative Wiley, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great example of a mechanism for a solution, not just standing fast with a no and pointing out a problem without answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Angelos, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question to the bringer of the bill. Why on line 14, if we're talking about state trust lands, is it just specifically to central Wyoming? That would be my question.
Representative Heft, your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many times in our nation's history, we've rushed to riches and had very detrimental outcomes to it. Well, I agree that we continually improve our technologies and that nuclear power is quite possibly a good path to that future. We have a looming problem in this nation. You know how much nuclear waste we've got in this nation right now that we haven't answered this question to? I think we should be pouring our efforts into answering that question. And once we get that solved, then move on to the newer technologies that could open up some new avenues. Right now in this nation, there's more than 90,000 tons of nuclear waste spread across 100 sites in 39 states. And it's not being stored very safe. In the land where it rains a lot, 50 years ago, there was an accident. It hasn't been adequately cleaned up yet. So before we get carried away with adding more nuclear technology without answering this problem, I think we should proceed with caution. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson, Lloyd, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would encourage, for all of the reasons that have been identified, the value of having this study as we look at what the Good Minerals Committee done this year. They spent a great deal of time talking about nuclear and the various components of the industry, from mining to storage to processing and fabricating of fuels. And interestingly, in that whole process, I find in my mind, there's just this distrust. So historically, we distrust the federal government, and we like to do things within the state on our own. That's kind of a little bit of the Wyoming climate. But in this conversation, what we heard was, we don't trust the NRC. We don't trust the Department of Energy. They're going to leave the state stranded with X, Y, and Z. So then you still had the conversation as we think that we can handle it, and we don't trust the way the federal government's taking care of finding a permanent repository. So I think to send the intent of this study then is to look at these state lands, start out in central Wyoming. It can certainly be expanded, but that's identify the lands and determine what type of campus is there a place there that a campus could be created for these types of industry, similar to the bill we've got on third reading today, talking about taking our natural gas and creating hydrogen and kind of creating an industrial zone to do that. We've had these conversations over the time that I've been in here, and we look at some of the industrial parks in Canada and stuff that have done this very successfully. So I think the idea that's out there on hydrogen is really a good idea. I think having this conversation here, you know, where would be a good place to really have this campus, and why central Wyoming? Because it's kind of central to where most our uranium is being mined. Could it be someplace else? Of course. But then let's identify those and let the state come back. If we've got concern with what the federal government does, let the state come back. And then as we gather that information, have the public input, have the conversation so that we can develop policy. I think putting this off to an interim study, which really we covered a lot last year, but we still needed information. We had the NRC, we had the Department of Energy come, which created some of the concern. They might have got involved a little later than we would have liked. But I think as we continue to move this forward, forward, more information is better. And so if we can have this agency start collecting and identifying the lands and the pros and cons of how they might fit into this industry, only helps this committee and us as a whole really craft a better policy for the state. And I would also agree with the good representative, the attorney from up in where the Warriors live, that it's hard to really it's hard to talk about demonstration, manufacturing, and commercialization without knowing that storage is a critical component of that, would have to be included. So although it's not spelled out, at least in my mind, it would have to be a critical component of that. So good work on this amendment and, to the Breener, and I hope that we can support it.
Representative Rodriguez-Williams, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second, Representative. Thank you. Representative Davis, first time.
Morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning, Representative Davis.
You know, when I was a freshman, we had a briefing on nuclear energy down there in the old auditorium on the other end, you know, and we're one of the few nations in the world that does not recycle nuclear. So there must be a path out there where it does happen, apparently, because the other nations are recycling nuclear, and so they don't have this storage issue. But I think, you know, we can think back to the revolution when we industrialized the United States, and that was people came up with the solutions. So I think we can leave it up to the people where the government may be hamstrung here, and maybe we can come up with the solutions for this issue.
Thank you. Representative, see what I've got your order down here. Representative Lean, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a couple of things that draw me to pause on this motion, and that would be that it doesn't talk about advanced nuclear technologies. When you're talking about advanced nuclear technologies, there's microreactors, there's modular reactors, which are known as SMRs, there's advanced reactors, and then you have your traditional light water reactors. This just says nuclear energy research. And there's also a great state in the Midwest that's done this for their state that said, we have no nuclear reactors now. We understand that there's a push for nuclear to come to the United States and be a very heavy entity in our energy industry. And their research shows that the very most money is in manufacturing. Our state is not far off from the economics of that state. And so why wouldn't we rely a little bit on that study that was already done, individualize it to Wyoming, and then capitalize on that? And if that's the case, we need to get into the manufacturing industry. I have pause for concern that we're not just talking about advanced reactors, that we're not talking about becoming a national repository. And when you recycle this waste, it comes up with a totally different type of waste that becomes even more compounded, that they're now trying to inject into our ground, that they put it in a capsule and they put it down 5,000 feet. My question is, what does that do to our legacy industries? These are some real questions that we have to ask. I do believe that there is the opportunity to really take a hard look at nuclear and if it's good for our state, but this amendment does not talk about advanced reactors. It just talks about nuclear as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Geringer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess for me, what I'm looking at is whether it's coal, whether it's gas, whether it's trona, whether it's oil, or nuclear material, this state has a tremendous amount of resources that we can add value to. But that we do have a finite amount. So if we don't look at different ways to expand what those uses can be, what those materials can be used for, we're selling ourselves short. We're selling short the people of the state. This bill is not saying we have to do nuclear storage. This bill is not saying we have to do nuclear reactors. All it's doing is we're looking at what the potential is and can we add value to a resource that we have. It doesn't have to be used in this state. But if we can add value to a resource that we have, this is what this amendment is trying to do, is let's look at it. Let's see if there's something we can do to further enhance
the richness that we have in this state in our resources.
Representative Heiner, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the state lands the right way to go around doing this? Do they have the expertise in nuclear, in uranium, in all the facets that need to be pulled into this study? We have an organization within the state of Wyoming already that deals with this energy-related topics. Why are we not going through them? Why are we pulling in an organization that focuses on land and some grazing rights to do this? The date for this study is October of this year. Our interim is over by then. We pride ourselves in being able to respond quickly, but if that study is completed by October, there's no interim study. We're getting ready for session. We're delaying any response for maybe another year. I just think this is the wrong avenue to go about this. If we want to do this, let's do it in an interim study with the Minerals Committee. We can pull in those experts again. We can pull in the different organizations. We can study where the location should be. But we can react nimbly and have a bill by the next session if we want to do that. But to study, if we want to really move on this, to study it for another year probably is not going to move us forward very quickly. So I recommend we no on this, and let's put it in for an interim study to those people that are already working on nuclear here in Wyoming.
Representative Ottman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to go along with some of the comments that were made by the majority floor leader, I'm in agreement. But I would also say just kind of words of caution. At first, I thought I heard that there was no appropriation with this resolution. And so I was like, well, maybe. But on line 9, it says any funds as necessary. So that could be quite a bit. The other thing on line 14, state lands in central Wyoming, as we all know, the state lands are very, very precious to a lot of different entities. And so to look at that and say, we're going to use them for the greatest benefit, well, that's one thing for the schools and different things. There's tribal concerns down there. There's private property down there. There's ranching down there. There's a river that runs through there. So all of those things. But I would also say when we're looking at getting the greatest financial benefit that may be tasked to do, that could well be storage, which we have seen a large majority of our people are very hesitant to do that until they have more specifics. So I would just say I agree that if we want to do this, which I grew up just a few miles from the big one that had a malfunction, which all the safety valves did kick in many years ago. So I'm familiar with neighborhoods that have been around for 50 years and the health, some say lots of problems, but other ones, there is no real fallout from that. So I would just say I agree that it should go through our process, because there we bring in the experts, we have all of the conversations, we can debate it, and we have a lot of knowledge in this body about these things, and which I think could be shared very well. So I would just, I'm going to vote no on this.
Just for information, I didn't start the time, but I was just notified that we've been over 30 minutes on an amendment right now that spends no money. So just knock yourselves out. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is exactly why an interim study is not valuable now. This study that this amendment calls for should precede the interim study. Otherwise, the interim study time will quickly degrade into a debate about storage, long-term storage of waste. That's not what this amendment needs. This amendment needs to get the study done first. Look at the potential, look at the ideas, look at the possibilities, look at the emerging solutions, and then do an interim study. I strongly support passing this amendment. Once we have the study done, then we have the interim study. Just not do them backwards, or we'll have this.
Okay, Representative Pendergraft, first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that I have no problem with nuclear power. I think there is a tremendous potential there, not only for the United States, but for this state. I do have a little bit of concerns about storage, and I think before too long, we'll probably come up with something with that, but we definitely need to be studying that. My problem with this is history has a way of repeating itself. It wasn't too many years ago that a member of this body who had a background in this industry asked for and they received a study. And the next thing we know, construction is underway. And many people were bothered by that. I think a study is appropriate. But I'm going to be a no on this one until I have an assurance that there would be an interim study to follow. Didn't happen last time. And the public was basically, in my view, blindsided. This kind of came through the back door. So I just don't want to see that happen again. I'm in favor of seeing this sort of thing go forward, but I need some sort of an assurance that this body is going to be kept in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any more representatives for their first time? Representative Tarver.
Mr. Speaker, he's got one coming that I fully support because it fully supports our legacy industries. And thanks for the good bringer for bringing this, but I can't support this exact one. If you folks really care about the future, if you care about clean energy, and to our teacher over the hill that wants to talk about totally green energy, I recommend you look into fusion. The fusion process is right around the corner, and it will solve another problem we've been talking about, and that's the storage. But anyway, I would be a no on this one.
Okay, any others? Representative Knapp? Good morning, Representative Knapp. I'm very thankful to see you here, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I too would be against this one. Wyoming knows the resources we have. We know we have the uranium. We just invested $100 million into one company for a third of a project for fuel. Now that company is a leader in the fuel industry using TRISO 3 and now TRISO 4. However, we need to question, where does government stop when it comes to industries? The company that was to come into the center of the state, when asked how many other companies were testing that leading edge technology, reluctantly, the answer was over 100 different companies. We're not at the forefront of anything. This is happening in every state across our nation, where they're developing new technologies, but industry is doing it, not states. And I question, how much more money will we dump into the private sector in hopes that somehow we'll be the leading technology of that sector, when our legacy industries are begging to build new coal-fired power plants with new technology? The administration is looking at that as well. So rather than, I think, chase an industry and pour money into it, it goes back to what I said about priorities. What would $100 million do for our roads? That company may have come here anyway. Wyoming offers a multitude of resources. We have low regulation, no taxes. For instance, that company we put $100 million into, about 80% of their customer base is government. We won't receive any sales tax from that. But those are the decisions we're making. And I think it comes down to a matter of priorities. I'm not saying we give up on the resources that we have or the energy that we can produce. I'm saying we need to be very careful about what our priorities are in funding. We can allow these manufacturers and these technologies to happen in Wyoming because we attract that. And I'll tell you what, in this industry particularly, the attraction for Wyoming is waste. So let's just remember that.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Campbell, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise before you to speak against this. The speaker before me mentioned that the waste stream was the problem. And I want to tell you guys that technology is changing. You know, the opportunity to have clean nuclear fuel is coming. But when I say nuclear, everybody automatically goes to uranium. Right now, we're talking about uranium's waste stream. Wyoming, thankfully, has not been a part of that. This waste stream is deadly for 240,000 years. That's the half-life of this stuff, guys. Where Wyoming does have opportunity is we're coming up with new technologies. Thorium is a nuclear fuel. Thorium, the half-life in the waste of thorium is 200 to 450 years. As a representative of this state, I can tell you it's not an easy decision, but I can make a decision on storing waste for 10 generations of Wyomingites. But what you guys are talking about is highly active radioactive waste that's deadly for 240,000 years. I am not comfortable making a decision for the next 6,000 generations of Wyomingites today. There are cleaner technologies coming. Thorium reactors burn nuclear fuel or nuclear waste in them. The reason their half-life is so short is that it has such a complete nuclear burn that it's only 2% of the waste. So I do not think that we should study signing on to the end stage of a dying technology. Thank you.
Any other representatives for their first time? Go ahead. I know you just, okay, second time. Okay, all right. Representative Larson, JT, moving on. Second go around.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to talk a little bit about the interim process and what we experienced last interim compared to what we have done in years past. And last interim, many of our committees went down to 2 meetings. This specific topic needs more than 2 meetings to go through. And the leadership in our body has cut down to 2 meetings, and you're allowed to request another. We stopped talking about nuclear last interim and avoided going to a 3rd meeting. So I just don't think another interim is going to solve this, because we back away every time. We got to march forward now. Vote aye.
Representative Wiley, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The time is taken on this debate. I've been sitting at my desk constructing a crystal ball. And one thing I found out with this crystal ball is that this amendment's going to fail, I guess by a few. Another thing I think this crystal ball is good for is, well, nothing. That's why these studies are good. It's transparency. It's so we can bring facts to the people at home. If it supports the work of one of our committees during the interim, that is great. This is what we're here to do. Let's not try to create crystal balls. Let's give them real facts.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Alleman, for your second time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The more I looked at this amendment, the more I didn't like it. The only place this study can happen is on our state lands. That really limits the places it can be. It limits where it should be and where it shouldn't be. And then also, we're pitting the state against private landowners who may have the very best place for this. However, it's not state land. So only the state can sell the land to do this. The private industry or the private landowner cannot. And I see that as a very large problem. Thank you.
Any other members for their second time? Seeing no members for their second time? Oh, Representative Rodriguez Williams, second time. Please, ma'am, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this amendment. We heard earlier from the good rep where the sugar's manufactured that we shouldn't follow the lead of the feds on PBS. Now we hear that we have to follow the weight of the feds on nuclear waste specifically. To the bringer of the amendment, I commend the good teacher from the Windy City for his creative writing skills. It was mentioned earlier that this amendment is specified only for a certain part of the state. So essentially it creates unfairness for everyone across the state, an opportunity for just his area of the state. Furthermore, if you look at lines 9 and 10, this amendment is a blank check to the executive branch. I'm not going to sign a blank check to the executive branch to conduct a study that could encompass trips across the globe to quote unquote study something for a certain area of the state. I think we could be responsible stewards of the taxpayer dollars and not write a blank check for a study. On and opposed.
Any other members for their second time? Representative Lloyd, for second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as we all know that when we say in a footnote like this that the agency can use funds as it's not a blank check, they have to use what's in their budget, which is finite. And their flexibility will be determined by them. It's not a blank check, it's within their budget.
Okay, any other member for second time? Seeing no one, back to the bringer. Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, appreciate you all the conversation. I think I want to kind of bring us back. I want to answer several questions, but I want to bring us back to kind of what the amendment is. Right now, I think there's more straw men in here than legislators. I mean, there's 100 straw men been set up in here, and I'm going to light each one of them on fire. Okay. And I kind of try to start from backward moving forward, but I think the first straw man that got thrown out here was really about nuclear waste. What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with this. This is a simple little study that says the people that know exactly where our parcels are at, because we're going to have to fund schools, come to us with some ideas of, hey, this is a pretty good one. It's located right here on I-90. It's got a rail spur going through it. Water and sewer are like half a mile away. It's a pretty good area. It's close to an airport, whatever it might be, because we don't know all this. But central Wyoming to me is everything except maybe where the city is windier actually than my city, begins with a C also, and then comes down, probably leaves the Red Devils out, probably leaves the Capitol out, and probably leaves the Black Hills out. I think this is a big area that we want to, there's some interesting, you actually get on and look at state parcels, you go, wow, that one's right on an interchange. Wow. I mean, and so I think some of those we want them to bring those to our minerals committee Say, hey, Mr. Chairman of Minerals, did you know about this parcel? So that's really what it is. So straw man number one, trips across the globe, blank check. That one burned up. I think the good representative from Fremont. The legislative branch or the executive branch really doesn't like amendments like this because they have tight budgets. And we're telling them, get it a little tighter. Maybe spend a little bit of time and come back with some ideas for us. Because it's really about ideas. Okay, and I think I answered the Central Wyoming. I think the good representative from Park, when he talked about his home state out there on the coast where we produce plutonium to win the war. And you drive by there and there's still storage there. And I know out by the Tri-Cities, been there. It's multiple times, but there was a leak there. But there was this massive rush. Think of the 40s to win the war and the 50s to build up this armament because it was us and our Soviet Union. And that went on for a long time. We each had over 10,000 nuclear warheads. So that happened, but that work and the cleanup is still going on. And he knows that. And that was, I think, so I just light that one up. It has nothing to do with this. I think there was talk about this other part about nuclear waste. It's not even in this, but I just want to bring a little perspective because I think one representative talked actually about the doses, the MSV. And I think the EPA now, you have to have less than 1 MSV a year to work in a nuclear plant. And I remember I was a kid when 3 Mile Island happened. And that's what started this whole charade that ended nuclear power. It's too bad. But I remember the president of the United States, he was a former Navy man. He was going to be the next, he was the right-hand man of, I can't say his name, but it begins with H and then R, who started the nuclear Navy. And this guy was going to be his replacement. Brilliant nuclear engineer. And then his dad got sick and he went home to take over the peanut farm. And then he became president. I remember after the worst nuclear accident in American history, the next day the president of the United States walked through the place. Straw man, poof. If you live in Fremont County, you get about 4 MSV a year just living there. Now, if you hunt antelope or shoot prairie dogs and walk around and kick the sagebrush, probably double that. If you have a basement in Wyoming, you're getting more MSV than any nuclear cast anywhere in the country. And this is not about nuclear storage, but I think part of this thing is delay, confuse, and put fear out there. Come on. You have a chest x-ray at 7 MSV. You have two dental x-rays, 1 MSV right there. Way more if you have a basement in Wyoming, and way more if you live in Fremont County. So, light that straw man on fire. It's not about nuclear waste. Public involvement. That's the whole idea. They're going to bring back you a little 5-page report with pictures. Say, these are really good parcels that would be work for industrial development. Hey, let's start thinking big and get some ideas. What can happen there? So that's all this is. I think somebody's talking about 100 million. I don't know what all that is. This is no money on that. I don't know. Anyway, I think Wyoming is at the crossroads. And again, if you actually go upstairs, all these pictures used to be down here. You could see them easier. But right in this corner, this is what started the coal industry, started the Permanent Mill Trust Fund, because they didn't delay, confuse, and sow fear into our people. Thank goodness, because we're all beneficiaries from that. And I know how this thing's going to go, but keep thinking and think big, because the good representative from Natrona County that represents that community that lost out on this opportunity, and I think he's got hearing aids like me, so he can't hear me, but the good representative that his community lost out on this opportunity, they're closing their school next year. And so we got another opportunity coming to Campbell County. Man, let's somehow create a nucleus where this thing will just grow. Like this community is starting to be the data center hub. This thing is going to take off. It's going to provide really good jobs so we can keep our schools open. And then folks, you're going to have to fund public schools. And that's what these trust lands are for. And I know it's been going on a long time, but I think the people of Wyoming need to kind of hear about this. I think the ex-speaker and president who wrote that beautiful editorial, you ought to read it. Guy's Wyoming through and through. And he's forgotten more about this than most of us will ever know. And let's keep moving this state forward and not say no to everything. Let's start thinking big. So, Mr. Speaker, on and 4. I'll throw a little water on these straw men. Got about 5 more still burning. And vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Body, you are voting on first House Bill number 1, third reading amendment 46. There is no dollars involved, so this is just a voice vote.
I would like a 12-4, please.
12-4 being called. We'll need 2. So a 12-4 is a recorded vote. So are you good, Chief Clerk? All right, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Alaman, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 24 aye, 37 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt third reading amendment number 46 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for consideration is amendment number 47. Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, body, for all your good work on that last amendment. I've got another one now, Mr. Speaker. I'd move third reading amendment number 47 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. This is almost an identical amendment, but if you'll look down, it talks about manufacturing, mineral extraction, commercialization. And it talks a campus to advance economic activity related to Wyoming's mining, oil, and gas industries and value-added efforts. So we're just asking those folks who know our state lands probably better than anybody as a group. I mean, we all know our parcels that we live by, certainly, but that as a group to come back with, hey, these are some pretty good spots: rail spurs, air traffic, internet, power, water, sewer. And might be a good place that we can set out a shingle and say, hey, we're open for business. Come here and let's build an energy campus here for us. So that's the idea behind it. So to answer any questions, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Anybody would like to opine? First time? Seeing none? Second time? Back to the bringer? We good? Like to have closed?
Speaker, I appreciate the debate on this actually as well. And I should have probably brought this one first. But anyway, they're all good. And let's think and get moving Wyoming forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Body, we are voting on third reading amendment 47. This is not a dollar figure, so this is just a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has not been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. All right, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Okay. All right, you may be seated. The amendment has not been adopted, 26 to 35. All right, next amendment for our consideration, number 48. Representative Davis, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move third reading amendment number 48 to House Bill number 1.
Please do, sir. Thank
How
you.
about that? Got it right the first
You
time?
did. You nailed it. Let's continue.
Folks, this amendment is taking $250,000 out of the general fund and putting it into the Trust Preservation and Enhancements Project for the purpose of, I hope everybody got this. Can I hold this up? Did
Yeah,
everybody get this? It was handed out by LSO yesterday. Like you to look at it? Yep.
Okay.
Purpose of these dollars is a win for the hardworking people in Wyoming. You know, these dollars go out there and bring back tenfold to the industries that we have here in Wyoming. Our timber industry, as you can see by the numbers on here, and with our state forestry projects and stuff like this is dollars well spent. Habitat improvement for hunting and wildlife, you know, that's going through there and taking care of that over vegged areas, the junipers, things like that for the sage grouse, you know, we take them out, that removes that raptor habitat, which improves their areas. This takes care of the sarvisberry, gambler's oak, things like that across our state that are invasive in a lot of ways because we're not utilizing that material anymore. Ag industry, this improves the ground for grazing, gives us a little more grass there. I think these dollars here go out to our agencies. They use them for matching dollars to help leverage more dollars and get these projects done on the ground. So with that, this type of dollars put forth improves the habitat, the timber, the hunting, the recreational values all the way across the state of Wyoming. So it brings it back to our youth for many generations to come. And with that, I would really like an aye vote and then stand for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Davis. Representative Erickson, for your first time, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this. today. I feel very strong about this after being involved all my life in the land management areas, especially the timber. We've been working a long time to be able to get this money out of the hands of our federal government and into more practical ways of using it and seeing our communities grow, especially on the western side of the state, where I'm aware of we have a lot of opportunity that is either going to burn or hopefully we'll have an opportunity to use it before it happens there. But this would be very helpful, also be very helpful with our wildlife preservation, our wildlife programs that come along. We talk a lot about this in when we're back home with our folks. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to move in that direction. So I would support an aye vote on that.
Thank you, Representative Erickson. Any other members for the first time on the amendment? Seeing none, back to, would you choose the second time, Representative Erickson? You're good? Back to the bringer. Representative Davis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's take this home with an aye vote. Thank you.
Members, you're voting on amendment number 48 of House Bill number 1, third reading. Assistant Chief Clerk will take the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, repeat, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haraldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Bayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Yin, no to aye. Brady, excused to. Jarvis, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 21 aye, 40 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt third reading amendment number 48 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for consideration, Bill Amendment number 49, brought to us by Representative Banks. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move amendment number 49, House Bill 1. Body, so not very many times in my time in the legislature have I seen such a bringing together of community, nonprofits, local communities, local governments, county governments, stakeholders, public into what this proposal is bringing about here. If you look at what I emailed you on Amendment 49, you'll see details on this biking trail system in a city in my district. In one of the most growing industries in the nation. Outdoor recreation has a $1.1 trillion annual impact into our economy. And this is seeking to build upon that, not only for our Bighorn Basin, but for for the state as a whole, really. So the closest one of this really to this magnitude, there's some in Moab, to the state to our south. There's some to the state, where a big grocery corporation is headquartered. So they're spread out all over, and being able to have one here and bring in all of that economic impact money to Wyoming is really big. So what has the community itself done? They've raised over $25,000 to fund the development over the past 4 years to work on this. And if you know that small town, that's a big deal. $25,000 to be able to come into this, that they took it upon themselves, didn't ask nobody for anything. They took it upon themselves to start and say, this is something we'd like to see in our communities. So they did that. Then the county stepped up. The county was able to fund the trails plan, the development of the trails plan that you can see in some of the handouts that I got. That was a big step. So there was county involvement. So what the ask is 1.2 million to get this project into fruition. And though that might seem like a big ask, the way I see it is it's an investment into the state, an investment into this $1.2 trillion industry. The research and the studies show that bikers on average spend $225 a day in that community per biker. That's money that goes into our own communities and comes into the state. Most of that from outside money. So there's no question that this will pay for itself, and bring in that much needed revenue in this growing industry. Some questions that may come up. Well, what about when we get it up? What's the continuing cost for the state? Well, it's not going to be an additional cost for the state. The plans are to have races, and race sanctioning fees are going to help come into that. Event hosting revenues that are going to come into that's going to help. Concessions, property development, ongoing sponsorships. All of that is taken into consideration to say that this is going to be a big deal. This is going to go forward. This isn't going to be just a small community thing. We're going to have the ability to attract big world-class mountain biking associations and competitions to this to come to our communities. So with that, this $1.2 million investment, when our community engagement group got together, is projected based upon those projections and models of similar trails are projected to be a $2 to $5 million revenue in annual visitor spending. Bringing in all that money into the state of Wyoming, which we're really trying to target, having not only a place for our locals to go and enjoy this industry, but to bring in that outside money as well. So it's not just about the trails. This is about building a thriving, economically resilient, and self-maintaining, self-funding thing for not only us, but for the next generation. So with that, I will ask for an aye vote on this one.
Representative Wally for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, on and for this amendment. I represent not this particular area, but part of Bighorn County. This is really important to our area, the Bighorn Basin as a whole. And honestly, we don't have as much outdoor rec developed there as other parts of the state. This group took this initiative. They worked really hard to raise money. And again, in that part of the state, $25,000 for something like this, was not an easy task. So they're very, very committed. They have a plan. And, I never thought I'd say this because I do believe that the Bighorn Mountains are one of the best kept secrets in Wyoming. And some of my friends up in the northwest part of the state where they have lots of bears have started navigating over to the Bighorn Mountains to camp. But I would say we need more in the Bighorn Mountains, more of this kind of outdoor rec opportunities, even though I'd like that the secret of the Bighorns kept it's kept a secret, but I am on and for it because it does help our communities in the Bighorn Basin and would just ask for your aye vote. Thanks.
Representative Riggins for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, got it. I would like to ask the bringer of the bill about just a little bit of funding if they had gone through the RTP program, and did they get any funds through that? And then I would like to remind this body that we had an opportunity to maybe get a sticker program for this particular mode of transportation. I was disappointed it didn't get through there. And so I just want to highlight it. And one more thing to the last speaker, if you build it, they will come. And I heard the outdoor summit here earlier. I've never heard more people say, I'm tired of them coming to this spot. So be warned about that. Thank you.
Speaker Nyman for your first time.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Just a question for the bringer. I've got this kind of the same project going up or a potential project. And one thing they initially asked, I'm just wondering if this was an ask or some information I sought, environmental impact studies. And what is the environment? With you proposing this on federal lands, what would be the cost? Because we're already looking at a potential over $1 million impact study for a trail that may be less than 10 miles long. And so what was that looked into? What are those costs that are going to be incurred? Are those costs, who's going to bear those costs? And is that part of this project? And especially with so much federal land involved, just if that was taken into consideration before this ask was made.
Representative Erickson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of this. Hopefully try to bring a few of these things together. Earlier on, I talked about support of a project similar to this, and it had to do with the biking, specifically the mountain bikes. And I got a few calls from some of my own from back at home and said, why are you promoting that? We're horsemen. And we've had a run-in or two with biking. And I said, this is perfect because now you have room for both to go. So, but they actually, once they saw this, they saw it as an opportunity to develop a lot of these areas. I mentioned before the Wyoming Range in the Kimmer Ranger District of the BT. They have that forward-thinking ranger there is moving to develop these trails, and the people are coming. They really are, and this will be a great way to host them and to be able to pick up some of that money that we get in our outdoor recreation fund. So it has a lot more positives to it, and I'd like you to pay close attention to those as you consider your vote. Thank you.
Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. On in favor of this amendment to this budget bill, the folks that are involved, the electeds that are involved from this area had the opportunity to come speak to our good committee, TRW, and during a public comment period, and really made a great pitch on how important this is to their community and how great it'll be to continue to develop arguably the most stable industry we currently have in Wyoming, the second largest industry in Wyoming, your tourism industry. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote. I think that it's a really good project. I think that it's really got the right momentum. And while I realize there are sometimes conflicts and growth is hard and change is scary, the community has asked for it. I am supportive of it, and I'd ask you to be too.
Majority Floor Leader Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I like this idea, but it's too small. We need to broaden our scope here and think about a bigger study, because our congressman that's a doctor that's back east, he's working on something called the BOLTAC, biking on long trails. We have, and it was just mentioned about this trail in my district, 168 miles long. We've worked with the college in the central part of our state to survey that trail. The federal organization that deals with trees is leading the charge on this. But what our senator wants to do is create a long trail similar to what's back east. You're all familiar with the trail that goes from from lower south part of this country all the way up to the north. We have the opportunity over in my district to go from the place where the nuclear reactor will be built all the way to the place where the great mountains are on a biking trail. This is a great project. There's a great project over in the speakers area. We need to open this up, work with our federal delegations and bring in some federal money, work with our tourism committee and do it for the whole state, not just focused on one area. This is a great opportunity to develop our tourism through biking, through long trails. But let's do the whole state rather than just one part of the state. And let's work with our federal people so we can get some buy-in with them to participate with this. There's a lot of things in play right now. It's a great opportunity to get involved with these long trails. People are coming from all over the nation to be able to go on a long trail. And you see the impact, the economic impact that trail has over on the East Coast, how many people actually get on that trail for months at a time. We have the opportunity here to have beautiful vista as you walk along some of these trails along the ridge tops of our mountains. So I would suggest we pause on this one, open it up for a much bigger opportunity, and do an interim study where we do the whole state and we bring in our federal resources to make this work.
Representative Storr, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the comments of the previous speaker. And I'll have an amendment later, hopefully later today, that tries to address the idea of building statewide outdoor recreation. But I do stand in support of this amendment. And it's partly because I think we still need to start somewhere. And this community has worked hard to bring this concept to fruition. And I'm reminded of the study that one of our agencies did, asking young people what they would like to tell us before they walk out the door and head somewhere else in the state. So part of it is just that they feel like when they hear us talking about protecting Wyoming's way of life, that sort of means, well, we don't want anything to change. So you need to love it or leave it just the way it is. Young people bring vibrancy to our communities. I see that in my own hometown community. It's remarkable, frankly. And young people today don't want to do the same things that we wanted to do 30 years ago. So this is a way to build community and to build an economy. If anyone ever visited the Beehive State, you would see how places that have invested in outdoor recreation have completely changed from what was an extractive industry to an outdoor recreation economic juggernaut. You see that even in small towns in Colorado, in the state to the south, on the West Slope as well. So this does make sense. And I really appreciate the fact that this community has brought a number of folks together to get behind this idea. And while the long trail idea is a really interesting one, the American Rails to Trails goes right through Wyoming, and we could be building that and helping to do that as well. But what really matters to people, not just for tourism, but as places we want to live, is actually having trails close to communities. So you can get on that bike, walk out your door, or have a short drive and be able to recreate on a daily or weekly basis. That's what young people really want to see in our communities today, and that's what they're finding in other places. So this idea makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Chairman Washit, first time.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I think talking too long on the amendments this morning are going to be counterproductive. Hats off to this small community as a representative from a big city in Wyoming terms. I love it when I see small towns. They're often struggling, these small towns, and I'm going to be an aye vote. I think they've taken a great first step, and I support them in that. There may be more to come, but hats off to this small community trying to do something good for itself.
Chairman Locke, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a first for a second.
Thank you. Larson Lloyd, first time.
I think it's interesting that we haven't had any conversation on allowing the private industry to come in and fund this. And shouldn't this be their responsibility? Is this not the responsibility? Is this the responsibility of state government to come in and provide these services? And we've heard that repeatedly. I'm just surprised that we haven't heard it here today. I think it's also really important that as we look around the state, that we look at each other's opportunities to help each other with projects that improves not only your community, but other communities around the state as well. And this is why we stand and support each other in some of these projects. I don't disagree that $25,000 for the town of Bulldogs is significant. There's lots of other communities that are trying to do things as well, and hope that we would bear that in mind. I'm an aye on this study, and hope that everybody else can support it as well.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, second time, second time, second time. They're moving. Representative Lawley, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the federal project that's in works is a long time away, may not even include this particular area. So it's not a realistic idea to me to put off what we have today with a community that's worked very, very hard, an area that is in need of this kind of outdoor recreation. It's a game changer for them. And so again, I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Storer, second time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, I would just add that these projects get off the ground with a capital stack, like so many other efforts. It takes federal, state, local, community dollars and philanthropy to actually make this work. It's not the kind of thing that our small towns can really do on their own. But as the bringer of the amendment stated, the returns are great. If somebody decides that, this is a pretty cool place to live, and somebody else opens up a coffee shop, and somebody else decides to sell some retail related to that recreation. And then there's a pretty nice place to eat down the street. And then there's some young people to be your friends. So that's how these communities grow and end up employing young people in good paying jobs that people actually want to have. This is how it starts. On and forth. Thank you.
Anyone else? Second time? Second time to the bringer. Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So some of the questions, I'll try and answer them here. The question was brought up about RTP, so that's limited to 50,000. It's really spread out and kind of really hard to get. So they didn't go that route. They thought having the communities and stuff put up those initial dollars would be better. And I did forget to mention one of the vital pieces that, yes, our federal partner whose land this is going to be on is involved in the process and is in the discussions and is already in the partnership with the NEPA study. The projections is that's gonna be about $80,000. There is a grant in the works for that. And the, excuse me, the, also is in, there's, sorry here. They support the non-motorized sticker program. So
We're going to stand at ease until the sound of the gavel. Members, if we could find our seats, we will continue. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a moment here before we get started, just make sure we get everything up and running again. So thank you for your patience.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, privilege of the floor.
So ladies and gentlemen and everyone watching, just want to let everyone know that Representative Banks is being taken care of, is okay. Obviously, we are waiting still on more information from our EMT staff, but he was able to leave under his own powers, under his own strength, and we're making sure he gets hydrated and taken care of. So just continue to pray for him as he kind of comes through this, and thank you for your grace as we walk through that. Representative Heft on your, 1 second, speaker.
I will tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, just for your own edification, the belief of the EMS is that he is dehydrated. So major critical part of being able to stand this kind of strain of being up late and getting up early and all that's going on. So I would encourage all of you to make sure that you're taking proper care of yourself, stay hydrated, eat, keep energy levels very good, Chestic. So anyway, but he's good. He's got a mass amount of doctors. I've never seen that many medical people jump on one person that fast. So you're very blessed to have this many good representatives and people around you. So, but he looks good. He's doing good in there.
Representative Heft,
Privilege of the floor, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
go ahead.
I'd like to offer up a prayer.
Absolutely.
Would you stand with me if you're so inclined? Let's bow. Father, I come before you, lifting up our colleague, Dalton. And Father, I ask that your healing touch be upon him. Father, release your spirit. And Father, for all of us here, we've been working pretty hard, long hours. Sometimes it's hard to take care of ourselves. Father, I ask that you would extend that blessing on each and every one of us. And I thank you in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are voting on third reading amendment number 49 to House Bill 1. And if the chief clerk would please call the roll.
Elmand,
Excused?
Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson,
Aye.
Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Allemand excused to no. Further changes?
Chief Clerk, real quick question on Banks. Does he have to be on the floor and present to be able to legally vote? I'm getting head nods. Okay, thank you.
Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 27 aye, 33 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you voted not to accept third reading amendment number 49 to House Bill 1. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 50. Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. At this time, I would respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 50 to House Bill 1.
Hearing that being withdrawn, our next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 51 to House Bill 1. Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 51 to House Bill 1.
The next bill for our consideration is third reading amendment number 52 to House Bill number 1.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. You know that moment when you're like two places at one time? I just did it. Today we are going to be having a discussion regarding the University of Wyoming and 3 new positions. Sorry, thank you very much. At this time, I move third reading amendment number 52 to House Bill number 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. It's kind of weird that I announced it and had to move it. Thank you very much, Representative, for that. This is 3 new positions in the CTE side of the Education Department of the University of Wyoming. My background is CTE. My background is in the trades. I've got carpal tunnel and enough burns from welding and mechanicking and slugging wrenches and life. And I'll be honest with you, when I look across the section of our state and I look at our young people and I look at the great jobs in our state, CTE is going to be the backbone of it. There's something incredibly good about dirty hands and a clean life, right? I mean, we all know that if we've done the trades and we know that world. And so we've got 2 aspects and 2 elements to this. Number 1, our community colleges are training CTE students. We've got private industries that are doing that as well as dual enrollment that we have on the level of our high schools. The other aspect of that is it's really hard to teach CTE if you don't have CTE teachers. And so this is simply just teaching CTE. We need that opportunity at the good university over the hill. And so this is putting 3 more teachers in. Currently, they have 2 people in this position right now teaching this, 52 students currently. And if we're going to do what we're calling or wanting to do in this state, we're going to need more teachers to teach it. And so I believe bolstering this department, putting some more individuals in there is going to be incredibly important as we move forward. So with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Haroldson. Representative Washut, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Has the bringer been in contact with the university about this? Because I'm sure they've got internal processes that they use for identifying growth of faculty and growth of programs and so forth. Just want to make sure that the university is on board, that this makes sense for them.
Representative Yin, for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So to the bringer, the one thing that I've learned about CTE, and definitely very, very much an advocate of having more CTE around the state, and I think that's why our community colleges do such a good job. But the one thing that I've learned that technical education is more than just the teachers, right? And you yourself said, welding, masonry, carpentry, all of that requires facilities. And so if we just put the teachers in, but we have the good university over the hill, not have any facilities, classrooms, equipment. Some of that equipment is extremely expensive. How are they going to be able to teach these classes if we hire the professors, the teachers, but not have any of the facilities to do it? Wouldn't this make more sense being put in our community colleges with the CTE facilities they already have versus over the hill? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minority Floor Leader. Representative Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. My question is actually based solely off of the appropriation and for 3 full-time employees when you look at this. And I know it's not identical and it's not perfect, but I'm looking at the cost of this, an average per year of $200,000 per position. That seems really, really high. And if I could get some clarification as to why we're that high, and I get it, that's not going to be perfect because we have 3 different types of positions. But then my other question on this is, well, actually there's 2 more that I have on this. I like the idea of getting this program up and running. We've dedicated money to it, but how many students are in this program? And if this is ultimately so critical right now, was this asked for and was this deemed as appropriate, or did they come forward with this during the budget presentation? I feel like we had $40 million in the budget that could have covered this originally. And here I see us adding $1.1 million back in specifically for this when we could have just let them have the $40 million and hire these positions as necessary.
Thank you. Representative Lawley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. My understanding is that the university did not ask for these positions. There are currently, as I understand it, 55 students enrolled in this, and they have 2 teachers. So this effectively doubles the number of teachers for 55 students. And the university has its own internal processes for judging adding teachers, I don't know what that can mean, teachers to growing programs. So this sort of circumvents that and gives them a lot of things they're not asking for. And I thought we were trying to save money in the budget.
Thank you, Representative Lawley. Anyone else for the first time? Speaker Nyman.
In an effort not to get too long-winded here. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe this is a good ask. When you start looking at what we had there previously, information I had is they used to carry 9 teachers. They're down to 2. No, excuse me. What was it? Let me think. Well, I've got the information. Beg a moment here, sir. Okay. Used to have 13 CT full-time employees. Now we're down to, and we used to have 9 different shops. Today they have 2 and 1 shop. And the ladies and gentlemen, you got to realize this is the university that is creating our teachers. This is not the folks that are teaching the welders. These are the folks that are creating the educators to create the welders. And so that's when I toured the facility and looked at it, that is the issue that they're dealing with. Their classes are growing as there's been more emphasis starting to become placed on CTE, but the facility and the program has been shrunken to the point where they need these kind of help to be able to add emphasis to, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard me say this before, where the demand is. We're short ag advisors. We're short people in the classroom. We need certified instructors that are going to go into these public education areas and to be able to provide what they need to be able to meet the demand that is being required by our industries. And so I think this is a good investment from the standpoint of what the demand is. You know, we talk about what people are looking for, what we're needing, why our young people are leaving the state. This is one area where we can actually see an identifiable need. We need educators and career and technical education. We need to expand that facility to be able to take care of more of those educators so we can provide more of those educators. This has been constricted over time, and it's needing to grow to meet the actual demand of the industries. 60% of the jobs available right now are CTE jobs. And if you look around this community right here, We can't find enough electricians. We can't find enough plumbers. We can't, I mean, we're bringing them in from everywhere. Agriculturalists, all those, all educators, certified staff come out of the College of Education. And so it's a good ask. It's a good investment. And it's what our state is demanding. And so we need to meet those demands of what we're actually needing. The College of Education does that. And that's why we need to invest in this right now, because it's where the state is headed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Andrew, we lost you earlier and you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. To the bringer, I have had the opportunity to discuss this with some of our good folks over the hill, and not to say this caught them off guard, but it isn't exactly something they seem to be prepared for. And I guess my follow-up question is, would this be better if it were in our communities, at our two-year colleges? I mean, we're blessed to have a campus like that opening in my neck of the woods, and they're in many of your neck of the woods. And it seems like it would be a great spot for this additional funding. And I really wouldn't want to burden the college, which is hard for me to say because every penny of funding that we give them matters right now. But I wouldn't want to burden them with 3 new positions that they weren't exactly planning for. They have not exactly advertised, started recruiting students. So hopefully we can clear up a couple of those questions.
Thank you, Representative Byron. Anyone else for the first time? Anyone else for their first time? Anyone for their second time? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Again, I'm just going to go back on this, and I'm going to say this looks really squirrely to me that we just randomly pulled out 40 million on this budget. This body debated that long and hard earlier this week. I think we're probably going to debate that long and hard here again very near future, but now we're being overly prescriptive on 3 very closely monitored positions. And I also want it to be very clear, these positions are not going to produce actual electricians or plumbers. These are going to produce electrical teachers and electrical plumbing teachers with 4-year degrees out into the communities. It's not going to be a situation in which we're turning out more of these processes or more of these students right away into the real world. This is a long-term gain. And so my biggest concern on this, again, is the cost per employee. And I understand that CTE is big right now, but man, I really wish we would have thought about that when we cut $40 million from their budget.
Okay. We're on the second time, Representative Larson. I'm sorry. Anyone else for their second time? Anyone else for their second time? Back to the bringer. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you very much. So to answer a couple of the questions, why are we doing it? What are we looking at here? So if you look at your budget on the status report, page 31, on line 6, you see that we adopted the governor's directive, $6 million of general fund one time for career and technical education, with an added footnote for either the remodel of or the rebuilding of their facility. Why is that important? Because we're ramping up the university to be able to handle this load. A couple things you need to understand. One, when I originally saw this, I'm like, I'm going to drag it out of there and put it into community colleges because that's what we should do because they're the CTE, kind of the backbone of this. And after having a lot of conversation and kind of getting into the CTE discussion on a deeper level, what I'm realizing and finding is that the community colleges are going to be the ones that put the people into these positions in the field. But the university has to be the one doing the 4-year degrees for educators. And so we have 2 completely different deals. Because I at first was like, man, this looks a little bit like mission creep. And I was concerned about that. But the deeper I dove into it, I'm like, I don't think this is mission creep. I think this is kind of a both and game where we need both of them to be able to accomplish what we're going after. So is it premature? Maybe so. Did they ask about it? Did they ask about it in their budget? Did they request these positions through the university? The answer to that is no, they did not. But after talking with the CTE department at the university and asking them kind of what's your struggle, what's your frustration, what do we need to do if we're going to really make CTE a forefront focus? And they said, we're thin on staff. It's a struggle because we are teaching so many different deals to have just 2 staff members working in that position, a third in the administration. It is hard. They do have the one facility. We're giving them the opportunity to expand that. And I wanted to throw some educators in alongside that. So hope that answers your guys' questions, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 52 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Allemande, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, repeat. Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmass, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Larson Lloyd, no to aye. Further changes. Provenza, aye to no. Further changes. Strock, no to aye. Further changes. Harshman, no to aye. Further changes. Stivar, no to aye. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Allemande, did you have a change? Closing vote. Vote closed. 12 aye, 48 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 52 to House Bill 1, third reading. Next amendment for our consideration is number 53, Representative Filer. Wherever Representative Filer might be, he is the only one on the amendment, so there he is. Mr. Representative, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw amendment number 53 to House Bill 1.
Hearing no objection from the body, it is so ordered. Next amendment for our consideration, number 54, Representative Campbell or Larson. Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment 54 to House Bill 1. I appreciate this being my first budget session. A lot of information, especially upon introduction. So may have been mentioned and may have missed it. But what I will first direct your attention to is page 53 of the House Bill. Page 53, line 2. And you will find the words, "No funds from these appropriations shall be expended on Wyoming public media at the University of Wyoming." My question is why? Maybe justification was given. I don't remember that justification. I just know the cuts to our Wyoming Public Media and Wyoming Public Radio have been cut. And I know we've talked about Wyoming Public Media, which is separate from Wyoming Public Television, extensively. So I'm just going to give you a few highlights from Wyoming Public Media, which is Wyoming Public Radio. Okay? Wyoming Public Radio specifically is responsible for our emergency alert system. We've talked a lot about that. Anytime there's a flood, a tornado, a fire, they're responsible for alerting the residents of Wyoming. No state funds are used for purchasing national programming. I'll say that one more time. No state funds are used to purchase national programming. There's been some pushback on some of the programming at the national level, and that's why it was cut. I understand that, I do. And this is Wyoming. We are not the federal government. For Wyoming Public Radio, 13% comes from national programming. The other 87% is strictly Wyoming. Wyoming news, Wyoming weather, what's going on in different municipalities, in different regions, in politics, in legislation. 87% is strictly Wyoming. The other 13%, no state funds are used for that. One other statistic I will leave you with, 48,000. You guys have gotten the emails. 48,000 Wyoming residents rely on Wyoming Public Radio for their news and their information. 48,000. That's almost the population of the city I'm from. 48,000, that would fill War Memorial Stadium. Can I say that? The stadium, the university over the hill. 48,000 people rely on this for their information and their news. And while no justification was given, I strongly suggest you listen to your constituents and restore funding to Wyoming Public Radio. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? Representative Bratton for first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for this amendment. Wyoming is a very rural state with the lowest population density of any of the 48 contiguous states. We also have harsh weather, spotty cell coverage, long distances from place to place, and a challenging terrain for broadcast communications. This also can create a need for during emergencies. Another consequence of our low population density is that we have very limited, very small, and very spread out media markets that make it difficult to support those thriving media markets. As a result, we have a higher utilization per capita of public radio than any other state. We also have a population that is a little older than many of our neighboring Mountain West states, and some of that experienced population may not be quite so tech savvy. They still actually get their news the old-fashioned ways through print and broadcast news. Finally, I agree with the bringer that I have gotten more organic, real feedback from my constituents on this issue than almost anything else. These were not generated by special interest groups in particular, but real voicemails and real emails. So I understand the argument for defunding public broadcast media. I understand there are many ways to get your information today that didn't exist back when public broadcasting was started. But the reality is there's still a lot of people who are not on the interwebs 24/7. They get their information the old-fashioned way, and I've heard from them, and they don't want to lose it. So I am on and for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Representative Lloyd, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to add on to what the previous two speakers from different geographic areas of the state than I'm from, that I too have heard extensively from my county and my area, from Atlantic City to Jeffrey City to Split Rock to every place in that rural area where this really is the radio coverage, that the news that they're able to access and have difficulty getting others, and have asked that we not eliminate that from the budget, and I respect their request.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for your first time? First time on the amendment? Seeing none, second time on the amendment? Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge my fellow legislators, listen to your constituents and let's tell them that we hear them and vote yes. Let's save Wyoming Public Radio.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on amendment number 54 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Chief Clerk, will please call the roll.
Allemande, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused. Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Filer, excused to aye. Haroldson, excused to no. McCann, excused to no. Erickson, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 27 aye, 32 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill number 1. Next for our consideration, House Bill number 1, or 55, Representative Chestick. Please, sir, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move third reading amendment number 55 to House Bill number 1. Members, this kind of relates to the $40 million cut we talked about on second reading. I deferred this at that time because I wanted to talk about that other amendment first, but this does relate to it in some ways. All this amendment does is it deletes footnote number 5 from the budget, and that appears on page 54 of the budget bill. And this basically is an attempt to keep everybody in their proper lanes. The Amendment 5 requires the university to offer optional training for new and existing faculty, and here's the part that I object to, and mandatory orientation for all entering students on the history, purpose, and mission of the federal land-grant university system. My main problem with this is it is usurping the powers of the university. Title 21, Section 21, 17, 102, and 103 of the Wyoming statutes reserves to the trustees and to the faculty the power to make all decisions on curriculum. It is not the function of this body to dictate curriculum to the University of Wyoming. And it also, I think, distorts the mission. And we talked about, and this is how it relates to the conversation we had a few days ago. This distorts the mission of the university. The mission of the university is much greater than just land grant. And we talked about that on second reading. So for that reason, I would recommend that I vote on this amendment, on this budget amendment to remove footnote number 5.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for the first time? Representative Washut, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many years ago, the legislature required all community colleges and the university to teach a class on the U.S. and Wyoming Constitution. So it's not unprecedented for the legislature to make these sorts of compulsory requirements upon the university. But I can tell you, as someone who teaches that compulsory Constitution class, anytime you compel students that they have to take a particular class, whether they want to or not, motivation, attention, desire to learn is on the wane. So depending upon how this is managed, I know it doesn't call for an entire class, but simply an orientation, maybe that's workable.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haroldson, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So give you a little bit of background. One of our colleagues across the building brought this in committee. He said it'd be good for all incoming students to understand, number one, how land-grant college is funded, and number two, what that actually means. And so it was something that was added into the Saddle Up program in the context or in the structure of it. There is no curriculum specified. I mean, so there are some unknowns here for sure, but that was their intent and that was the logic on it. I'm not here to say yes or no. I do believe it's good for kids to understand that. But there are quite a few unknowns on it, but I wanted to give kind of the background of why this was brought forward and what the heart was behind it and why you're finding it in your budget bill.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Jarvis, for your first time, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm more just thinking on this on the logistics side, because we do this and then it rolls down and it hits the people like me, and we spend our whole lives doing data collection. So when we make this a requirement, how are we doing that for our virtual kids that take classes? How are we doing that for the kids that show up late? How are we doing that? Like, when you make something mandatory, it's hard enough to get K-12 kids ensured that every single one of those kids has completed that one thing, let alone college kids. They virtually are running 900 different directions. And when you do orientations, I assure you, the entire population is not present. And so what does that look like? On management systems, are we requiring a lot more work on top of everything else? Because when you say require, that means that they have to track and keep data on it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? First time on the amendment. Representative Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need to do our own history lesson before we chase down this path. If you look, just for example, how many colleges across the United States are land-grant colleges? Well, there's 110 of them. Every state has one. In fact, almost every state other than us has two. So University of Utah, North Dakota State, South Dakota State, Purdue, Ohio State, University of Maine, University of Nevada. Almost every major college is a land-grant state, 110 of them. Then if you just go to the website and if you look up the Morrill Act and then general college funding in general, in addition to the Morrill Act, there's been 10 to 15 different congressional actions that have provided new and larger amounts of money for different reasons to all of these colleges, including the University of Wyoming. So if our point is to teach about what the Morrill Act is, you have to also then teach what everything else that came after the Morrill Act is that create the universities of what they are today. And none of those colleges, the 110, somehow try to confine or limit the discussions of the genesis of the Morrill Act and have that overlie all colleges of instruction across all their colleges. And so to single this out as a particular learning tool and to imply that there's some obligation that the UW has because of that, it's a misnomer and it's a falsehood. I love the idea of going in and teaching new students where the money comes from and how we got started. But we got to give them a full and accurate history. You can't just pick this one out and say, this is more important than all those other ways that we had the money. And by the way, in the Morrill Act, it does talk about liberal education, even though liberal education had a different meaning back then, but the language is in there. But every university, and all those major ones that I've already talked about, have curriculums that are tenfold what we have in all kinds of things that we probably wouldn't teach at the University of Wyoming, because the world has blossomed and it's grown. And so the idea that we need to go back to 1869 on how we're supposed to be instructed based upon, what's amazing about the Morrill Act is it was the first action, really, by the US government to open up colleges and create secondary education across the United States. It was a game changer. And then we've continued to be game changers through time after that, time and time again. So let's educate about the truth and about the entire history of funding and not focus on a particular thing that makes us jump up and down.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for your first time? Representative Harshman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just appreciate the last speaker from Laramie County. The history of this is so amazing. I think, so this was, the first Morrill Act was Civil War. And that's when we really got some stuff done, because this antebellum period, the southern states have succeeded from the Union. So we get the Pacific Railway Act, right? That's why we're here in Cheyenne today. That was signed in 1862, I think. And along with this first act, Homestead Act was signed then, setting up the purchase of Alaska was really huge. And then, but there was a second act as well in 1890, same name, but it was really after integration in the South had failed. Blacks were banned from schools. And so the 1890 Act really opened this up in the South. That's where our black colleges and universities today are from that act of 1890. So there are a couple of these acts. And I think the language that the JAC put into the budget, I don't know which one they're talking about. Are they talking about the whole spectrum of it or just the 1862 Act? So anyway, I think all these things need to be taught. I don't know if this is the best way to do it. I don't know. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Seeing none, second time? Representative Chestic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the conversation. A few comments in response to the good former police chief from the center of the state. Yes, in fact, the university does, the legislature did pass a bill that required the teaching of the United States and Wyoming constitutions. The university does that. That's part of the required curriculum now. But that's different from what this does. That is says there's a domain of knowledge that that students should have. And I'm okay with that. And we do teach that. The university has followed that directive. This amendment actually does more than that. It goes farther. It doesn't pick a domain. It says, here's information that you must give. It's basically forced speech. We're forcing university during orientation to tell students that the primary mission of this university is to be land grant. And as I said before in the conversation we had last week, the mission is much broader than just having a land grant university. That's part of the history of the university, but it is not the whole history. And this amendment suggests that we want to tell students that is the whole history or the main history of the university, which I think is inaccurate information, which I believe we need to stop telling the university what information to convey That's what this amendment, I believe, does, and I therefore ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative. Members, we're voting on amendment number 55 to House Bill 1, third reading. This is not a dollar exchange, so we are just going to do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration, number 56 to House Bill number 1. Representative Campbell. Please, ma'am, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw third reading Amendment 56.
Without objection for the body, third reading amendment number 56 has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, House Amendment number 57. Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 57 and ask for your favorable consideration. This appropriation is for about $286,000 for a new clinical assistant professor at Casper Family Medicine. We've been many arguments about trying to get medical professionals in this state, keeping them in this state, and especially getting our kids in this state to be able to take training right here in this state. And this is a great opportunity to just that. And I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Any member would like to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, question being called. Representative Riggins, you wanna, good? You wanna speak again, sir? All right, he's waving us off. Representatives, you're voting on amendment number 57 to House Bill 1. Good Assistant Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Harver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 25 aye, 35 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt third reading amendment number 57 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for consideration, amendment number 58. Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 58 to House Bill 1 for your favorable consideration. Members, this amendment removes the carve-outs for specific colleges and programs at the university in regards to the $40 million block grant cut. I recognize that committee number 2 was trying to shield these colleges and programs from the harm of the $40 million cut, but it doesn't do that. The strengths of the colleges that you support cannot be separated from the strengths of the university as a whole. A graduate from the College of Ag might take just 35% of their total coursework from that college. Those students rely on the college that oversees sciences, the college that oversees business. Many of you are well aware that working in ag is far more than just tending to cattle. This is no different. Please vote aye on the amendment, and I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for your first time? None? Representative Provenza, another.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, please vote aye that this portion of the budget is picking winners and losers. And the winners don't even want this. They're not celebrating this carve out. They know how much they rely on the university as a whole, on these other portions of the university to help their graduates get through. So please vote aye to remove this. It's not an appropriation. It's just taking out carve outs. It's taking out picking winners and losers.
Thank you, Representative. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment 58. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
Amendment has not been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Okay. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand still. All right, thank you. The amendment has not been adopted, 2632. Next amendment for consideration, number 59, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring you third reading amendment number 59 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is just putting sideboards on this audit that we've requested. We have a world-renowned research facility. We've spent $100 million building this. It's been in operation for 9 years now. And we just want to do a look back, see if things are going the way we intended, if there's anything we can do to improve this. And so that's what the audit is about. But we want to make sure it addresses those things that we want to see. And so it's just sideboards that for that audit. Urge your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Any members first time? Seeing no one rushing to the microphones. Representative Heiner, are you good, Majority Leader? Okay, members, you're voting on House Bill number 1, third reading amendment number 59. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration, number 60, to House Bill number 1. Representative Harshman or Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move third reading amendment number 60 to House Bill 1. Members, if you would look in your inbox right on your desk, it's just arrived maybe 5 minutes ago. It's a spreadsheet, looks like this. Everybody have that? Got my little scribble initial on there, 30, and then it's got 3060 for the amendment. Should be on everybody's desk. Okay, this is just some information. We had a lot of stuff said at the mic couple days ago, and this gives you the information. This is 2024, it gets updated, the actual staffing at our university. And you can see that total faculty, and you got 8 part-time, so the total totals 1,022. But then that breaks down into 3 groups. The instruction side, and you can see that's 15 and a half to 1. Then you got the research, which particularly our research into energy is incredible. And then public service. These are the ag extension folks in your communities, right? Who are living in your hometowns. Then you can see the others, library, there's student support, the internal operations and so on. But this is just for you to have for your own knowledge on this deal. So when we talk about ratios and staffing, we actually have the right numbers. Mr. Speaker and members, I'm trying to get a parachute for everybody so we can have a safe landing on this issue of our university. And so it looks like it's long, but really it's in this first paragraph on lines 6 through 13. University of Wyoming will be required to conduct a review of its structure, its staffing, all those things, and hire consultants and do a comprehensive review. And then these are the parameters of that review. And you can see starting on line 15, identify any positions, organizational units that are duplicative, overlapping. Number 2, assess the opportunities to consolidate, streamline, so on. Number 3, evaluate staffing levels relative to similarly situated post-secondary institutions and industry standards. We had a lot of talk in second reading about what other state land grants are. And so we'll get a real good study of that and get the information back. Number 4, develop recommendations to reduce the overall number of positions while simultaneously considering the operational needs and service levels. Number 5, identify any potential cost savings and reinvestment opportunities that result from recommended staffing structural changes. And then B, at the bottom of that first page, the Board of Trustees of the university shall submit this operational plan to the governor and the Joint Appropriations Committee. Then I flip over to the second page of that amendment, not later than December 1st of this year. And if the operation, this is the key, I think, and this is the parachute for all of us. If the operational plan under this subsection does not achieve at least $5 million in cost savings and reinvestment opportunities for the University of Wyoming, the Joint Appropriations Committee may propose to decrease this general fund appropriation by $40 million. So in short, we're saying I don't think that was me.
No, it's a critical alert, ladies and gentlemen. Just come over that rate. Just one moment, Mr. Representative. Let me look and see what we got going here. Okay, that's from the previous. Okay, it's all clear. Yep, we're good. Please proceed. Sorry about that. I've got my volume shut off, but that thing will notify you even when your volume's shut off, which thankfully works. Okay, we know the rave works, so we're all good. Please proceed. I'm sorry for that interruption.
That's a good thing, Mr. Speaker.
Yep, it is a good thing. Please, sir.
So members, really on that second, we'll get the study back. If they can't save $5 million, we'll take the full 40 that's proposed by this side of the legislature. So welcome your discussion on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any members for their first time? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good amendment, but I'm going to ask for a no vote. And I need to let the body know that there's a new amendment that is going to be very similar. We think it's an improvement. It's number 120, so it's down at the bottom of your list. And this came about based on discussions between leadership and the university. So this, we heard the previous speaker, the bringer of this amendment, and he had good advice, I think, for this body when he stated that we need to have some contingencies, or at least these funds are contingent upon. And so I agree with this amendment in that regard, drafted one that matches that and works with the conversations that happened between us and the university, or at least leadership in the university. So I would urge a no vote, and then I will describe the other amendment right after this.
Any other members? Representative Brown.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I saw somebody else over at the other mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can, if you want to get some things
No, we're
organized?
fine, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we can certainly do that.
So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use a really dirty word, and Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence here.
Depends on how dirty. Huh?
Compromise. It's terrifying. This is a really, really good compromise, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate bringing an amendment at the very end of the discussion to talk about this. So I went and pulled it up really quick to go see what it is. That's still a $20 million cut regardless. And then a discussion to talk about the other 20 million. That's not compromise. That's still taking $20 million for no said reason. This, I appreciate the bringers drafting this. This is a really good opportunity for us as a body collectively and the other body. And let's hope it makes it through that little red ink exercise at the end of this as well. But it says, we're serious about this. Figure it out and come back to us with some cost savings. And if you don't, then we're really going to be at it. But let's be clear here, ladies and gentlemen, this is twice in the same budget that we've seen this. If you don't agree with leadership, we're yanking money from you. And I appreciate that the leadership has had a discussion with the university, but I'll be honest with you, the leadership doesn't speak on my behalf. And they don't speak on my behalf of my constituents. You speak on behalf of your constituents, ladies and gentlemen. You speak on behalf of them. Now, if your constituents have yelled at you loud and clear to tell you to cut $40 million, do it. I have yet to have one of mine tell me that they like the idea of cutting $40 million is the way to do it. I have had numerous constituents tell me they'd like to see the university really take a look at what's going on over there and make sure things are being done right. And that, yeah, there's probably some things that we could look at reducing on them. But not one of them has come to me and told me, let's cut them by 20 or $40 million. Not one. So I like this. I appreciate the bringers bringing this forward. And I want to make it explicitly clear. I'm voting on behalf of my constituents, and I am not here to do the beck and call of leadership.
Any other member? Representative Heiner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you have probably heard of the art of the deal. The only real leverage we have is the power of the purse. Sometimes it takes a big lever to get attention of someone to be able to negotiate. And what we had in the budget brought the people to the table. You may not be aware, but after the budget we've started this third reading, there's only one person that can write a budget amendment after we've started, and that's the chairman of the JAC. Just yesterday afternoon, we had a meeting with some key individuals from this university. It brought them to the table, and we had a very productive meeting. There was a meeting of the minds, as they say. Now, there was no commitments on either side. It was just an understanding that they have some things that they are in common with us and that we can work on those. Now, when you're in negotiation like that, as was brought up, do you give them everything that you have? Probably not, but you make a good faith offering and say, yes, we're willing to talk. And so that's why I support what the chairman has brought forth in this later amendment. It's giving a good faith offer that, yes, if we continue to talk, we're willing to negotiate on this $40 million. But we're not ready to give it all up yet until we see how this turns out. But we had a very, very good discussion about the trajectory of the university in years to come and how it can be a better land grant in university to meet the needs of our citizens here in Wyoming. So that's the process. We're at the table right now, but we don't want to deal all of our cards away until this has been completed. So I would favor voting down this amendment, and let's vote for the one at the end that the chairman has brought forward that shows a good faith effort to negotiate and get some things resolved, and then work forward to make a stronger land grant university that's going to meet the needs of our students going forward. Thank you.
Representative Nicholas, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be absolutely clear here. There was no negotiations that came up with a discussion of any agreement whatsoever. This is another cram down by our good leadership to get what they want. In fact, my discussions with the folks from UW was they're not interested in this negotiation. They don't agree with this new 120 that I just took a peek at. Now, this is just another stab in the back of our university by our leadership. So please vote this bill up and then the 120 down.
Representative Lawley, please, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, I talked about the top 5 from my constituents. This is number 1. And here's the thing. They kind of said, if there's something that needs to be done at the university, something where they can make some changes or do something different, then they should do that. But that there was nothing in what they were seeing in the media and what was coming out of them watching this portion of the Joint Appropriations Committee that gave them any understanding of why there was a need to cut $40 million. So this is a responsible way to approach the looking at things and trying to improve some things. So that's why I support this approach. I would have loved for the JEC to have these kind of conversations with the university on the record. I am seeing a troubling trend here of a lack of transparency and discussions of private conversations. I can tell you there was one last night concerning a different department where there was a representative to us that a member of JAC had a conversation, and the person they had the conversation with remembers that conversation very differently. So that's why you need transparency. We can't judge that because we didn't get to be there. And many of you ran on transparency, and we're just having a lack of transparency. So I really cautioned anyone to put their faith in someone, and I'm not saying anyone's necessarily misrepresenting, but we just don't have the ability to know what really happened there unless it's on the record. That's why we have public meetings. That's why we have public comment. So it's a concerning trend. And it honestly, I wish I'd gotten the text from the member of the department of their view of the conversation, so I could have brought that to you at the time, at the appropriate time. But it highlights why transparency is important. It's not a talking point. It's an important thing we need to do. So I just do not feel like we should take in these private conversations wherever they're coming from. We have no way to judge, no way to know how any of those conversations went. But what I do know is my constituents love the University of Wyoming. They have seen no reasons in the record why there needed to be cut. And now it's been stated, it's just to send a message. We just heard that amplified a moment ago. That's the very thing that lit some of them up. I got a new round when that came out, where we just want to send a message. And they asked me, is that really your job to send them messages or to have conversations? So I'm on and for this amendment. I will consider the other one when it comes. Haven't looked at it, but I like this process. And I think it's getting to what needs to be looked at, but still not taking away the money in a punitive way, but having some way to use the power of the purse in a more appropriate way. With that, I just say vote aye on the amendment.
Representative Larson, JT, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. Members, I wasn't elected, nor did I come down here to play games with agencies. My constituents sent me here to do what's right by the state and make sure that our university is fully funded, and where there is issues, address the issues. But I'm not here to play games. So I encourage you all to vote aye on this amendment, because this really truly gets down to the problem. This is the compromise. Vote aye.
Representative Wiley, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last couple of weeks that we've been here, it feels like months, but it's weeks. Over and over and over again, we've attacked the institution, or University of Wyoming. Just think about that for a minute, because I don't believe, you know, this sale of the snake oil that we're getting right now. If we really want to do something, you have it right here again. Here's another solution in front of us. If we really want to do something, transparency, everything, folks are watching in this room, but I know people at home have been advocating for me to do something. So I'm going to stand in support of this. Leave our Wyoming Cowboys alone. Go Pokes.
Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, and I was going to call a point of order, but I don't want to weaponize those words. I think that it's really important to stay on this amendment and not talk about future amendments, and whether or not we talk about that one that may be coming later today, tomorrow, or Monday. I just would remind the body that when we're on the amendment, stay on the actual amendment we're on to be, I think, accelerate the pace a little bit.
Agreed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the debate. I can relate to those of you who are on this amendment. My constituents can relate. I've had a lot of input on this topic. Those of you against this amendment, please participate in this conversation, because up till now I've not heard anything that really resonates with me. And so I'm in favor of this amendment, and persuade me otherwise. If there's something more credible out there, I'd like to hear it on why we should vote this amendment down, but I haven't heard it yet.
Representative Connolly, please, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've learned something this afternoon listening to this debate. And I think what I'm hearing is a brand new chapter in the art of the deal. There's some real dealing going on here. And I don't think it's the right way to go about it. So I am asking to please vote for this amendment.
Representative Thayer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. We have a problem and we need to come up with solutions. Let's take solutions and become a better state for our Wyoming people. A wise person told me a couple weeks ago, you look at the problem and you bring them together to find a solution. And this is a solution. Thank you.
Representative Geringer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing here trying to calm down just a little bit because, boy, the timing of what we just heard is very suspect to me. There was a lot of reference to a coming amendment just to distract from this particular amendment. A reference to a closed door discussion, not even a deal, just a discussion that occurred without the sunlight of transparency. Boy, that all of the negative things we hear about politics and closed door deals, closed door discussions, were just evidenced right here. And that just bothers me, because we're talking about an amendment here that is based on trying to take what was brought up as an issue and trying to find a solution. And to totally distract from that, to get into other future things that may or may not happen, that amendment could be withdrawn as well. So it's a distraction from what we're trying to do here. This particular amendment gives clear guidelines for accountability, which is what we were trying to get to in this whole discussion over this $40 million block grant, or $40 million funding. whatever amount that is taken away unequivocally, whether it's 20 million or 40 million, is going to have more of an impact on the students that will be future leaders, that will be the engineers in our industries, in petroleum, in civil, in mechanical, for those nurses, those entrepreneurs that are impacted by whatever cuts are proposed. We identified a problem. We said, this is a problem. Here's how you fix it. And that's what this amendment is all about. So I would encourage you to think about the gamesmanship that is being played to try to sway your vote away from a good idea right here. Please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? Any others? Representative Locke for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for second.
First for a second, Representative Locke. Any others first time? Representative Filer?
Mr. Speaker, first for a second.
First for a second. Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives for Representative Larson? Lloyd? Representative Larson?
First for a second, please, Mr.
First
Chair.
for a second. Thank you, sir. Any other members? Seeing none? Okay, second. Any members like to speak on the amendment number? Lost track. Number 60. Second time. Representative Brown, please proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seeing nobody wanted that first for a second to get up for their second, I figured I'll go ahead and get this one out of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment at hand that we're talking about right now is exactly what I said when I started out, and it's a dirty, dirty word, compromise. How dare we? And I'll tell you, there's two things that I would venture to say. Vote aye on this amendment. And if you really have a change of conscience and we get all the way down to something a little later and you feel like you hear from your constituents and you still want to cut 20 more million from them, you can vote for that one. You still have that opportunity. What I think is really, really interesting is the language is identical in these amendments minus the amount of money. When you look at this appropriation that we're cutting, there was no rational explanation whatsoever for why the removal of 40 million other than we have the power of the purse so we can. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what bullies do. That's what bullies do. And so then it sounds to me from the conversation that happened is, well, we got in the back room and we had a conversation with leadership, and of course they're going to be willing to take $20 million back. Of course we welcome this. Why wouldn't they? Why would they not be willing to take $20 million back? They want all 40. My constituents want all 40. That's what this amendment does. Is it puts us back in par, and it puts us back in the original recommendation, not only from the chief executive, but my goodness, just the standard budget. We put some language in here I don't necessarily agree with, but I think at the end of the day, I can vote for this bill if we can get this university back to its full funding and back to recognizing that we have one university. This amendment says, let's sit down and figure out what we need to do. And if we can't figure that out, then we're going to yank that 40 million. Heck, maybe even make it more. But there's been no good faith negotiations. And I use that term very seriously, good faith negotiations with our leadership and trying to figure out what's going on across the way. What we have said is, we're yanking $40 million, and now we're willing to have a discussion with you. You can have a little bit of that back if you agree with us later. That's what bullies do.
Any other members for the second time? Representative Locke, for your second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
There's 62 different opinions on how to approach the problem. There's no bullies in the room. There's different methods of trying to incentivize people to make adjustments. We all have different constituents who have different opinions. Okay, again, no bullies in the room, no bad people. None of the people who will vote against my vote is. You're not bad people. You have different opinions. We respect you all, and but there's differences in where we cut budgets, where we don't cut budgets, and how we approach it. And you know, I'm a no on this. That being said, I'd like to just remind people in the room, respect the people sitting next to you. And remember, there's not any bullies, there's just different approaches, different beliefs, and different strategies on how we handle, approach, and manage budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the second time? Representative Filer for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. I'm on and against defunding my university. But we did hear just from a speaker, and I respect what he had to say, that there's 62 different opinions of a problem that was never articulated to us. I think that's why our constituents have emailed us, called us, texted us, grabbed us in the lobby, and said, what was the problem? We still don't know what the problem was. I think the problem actually is a few members of that committee number 2 has a problem with maybe a teacher or a class or something. So what we're going to do is we're going to punish you.
Representative, I would advise you not to give motive for what they're doing or not doing. We're simply discussing whether or not on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're not here to try to impugn others or what their motives are. We're trying to get away from that. So please just help me with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll watch that. And I was just kind of reiterating what was said on this floor by that. But okay, I won't get into that too much, but there was an issue of why people were emailing us. And it wasn't because we wanted to cut their university. They just wanted to know why. So I think this is that answer to that problem, Mr. Speaker. I think this is something that shows everybody that obviously there was something there that we all didn't see or we must have missed. But this at least gets down to it, puts them on the hook, lets them have to do these reports, start really looking at the university and making sure that it's going in that right path. And the compromise of that, I think, is well thought out. On it for Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Other members for the second time. Second time, Representative Nicholas. Second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, what have we not heard yet? We haven't heard what happened. And we don't know what was discussed, and we don't know what the position of UW was. Only a vague reference that they had some negotiations. So how in the world are we supposed to have any perception on waiting on a bill that we don't know what was said and how it was done and what the conclusion was? Now, I've spoken with some of the folks who were in that negotiations, so I kind of know what was said. And I can tell you that this new draft 120 was not accepted by UW. That's simple. So let's vote this out, vote aye, and then hopefully we'll learn some more about the truth when they come and bring 120 to the floor.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the second time? A fairly substantial list. Representative, no others? Okay, Representative Harshman, please. No, Dillian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members for your debate. I think just a little history here. It started, I think, on Tuesday when actually, I think the good speaker talked about staffing levels and compared it to other land grant schools. And when you look at this sheet, you go through every employee and you think, you know, people who are researchers to transportation to plumbers and maintenance people. And I think, but I came away from that discussion on Tuesday thinking, sheesh, we're like 2-to-1 teacher to student ratio. I just thought, and so that's why I went and got these numbers. So I got all the university and said, give me these numbers. What are the numbers? So that's why I wanted to share it with you. So I think we can at least talk about that now. But then I went to, I just think back of what we've done here traditionally, like, you know, many of you weren't in Wyoming in the 80s and 90s, you know, when oil crashed. It was tough. There were some tough times. My town, the downtown was a ghost town. And there were no students in petroleum engineering. If you have hardly any students, what are you going to do with the program? You're going to drop it. That program was dropped. Things started turning. We as a legislature said, we got to bring this back. So we funded this program specifically, said, you will have this program, right? The community I represent is the oil capital of the Rockies. I mean, geez, that's why we're #1 on your license plate and #1 in your heart. They go together. I got to say them both. And then I think back, it was like 2016, 17. There are no kids in the CTE education program. There are no kids who are wanting to be vocational technology teachers. And then our sister institutions that train teachers, think the Cornhusker State and they got jackets they train a lot of our teachers. They dropped their CTE education programs. Our university was going to drop theirs. I was either on a probes as speaker and I put it in the budget. You will maintain the CTE program or we will cut your grant by $5 or $10 million. I mean, that was a statement we made. They found a way to work this. We grew the community colleges. The whole thing now is going to a new level. Didn't just come in and say, cut them 40 million, told them what we wanted them to do. Okay. Now, so I go to our staff who are experts at writing these, and I'm saying, this is kind of what I'd like to do. I'd like to come back with some real numbers and how we can save some money and then put a little trigger in there. Our staff gets this thing. I share it with the university. I say, what do you think of this? And they said, you know, we're happy to do the study. We're not wild about any cuts. We're going to oppose cuts because we just don't have excess 40 million laying around. So this amendment got published. I didn't meet in the art of the deal or anything else. It was out in the lobby and farther out in the lobby and then calling trustees that I know. Okay, so I worked with the university and then I published that amendment like 48, 72 hours ago. And so it's sitting out there, and I appreciate the good chairman of appropriations copying that amendment identically, except for the money. Cut 20 million off the top, and then come back and save us 5 million, or we're going to cut another 20 million. But if you read that amendment, and he talked about it first, so I'm going to talk about it. It says, if we adopt that later, delete several other amendments, including this one before it. So if you adopt this, and then later tonight or Monday, whenever we finish this, you decide, well, I want to cut 20 more million, you can adopt that amendment and it'll erase this one. So it's not a choice now or then, but I think this body needs a parachute, or I don't want you to crash land and hit the ground hard. As you look at our Constitution, Article 7, goes through section 15 and 16 about all the things how we're going to set up this university. And then 16, I always just think, tuition free. The university shall be equally open to students of both sexes, irrespective of race or color. And in order the institution furnished may be as nearly free as possible. any amount in addition to income from its grants of lands. Think of those sections that are university sections and other sources above mentioned. Support the maintenance and full efficiency shall be raised by taxation or otherwise under provisions of the legislature. I've always thought, we've had, going back to Washakie County and other county, going back to the 70s school lawsuits, we've got 50 plus years of K-12 litigation. I've always been interested about this free as possible thing. And anyway, three of us have served, I think, during a downturn that are on this floor. The rest of you, it's been surplus time. If you serve long enough, you're going to have $10, $20 oil. Then you got to do really tough stuff. And we've done that with our university before. We've got a surplus now. We're doing really good. The state is strong. Makes no sense to break the tip of the spear off. Makes no sense. So please vote for this and let's keep moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Harshman. Members, you are voting on third reading amendment number 60 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellerman, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Riggins, no to aye. Lean, excused to aye. Stivar, no to aye. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 31 aye, 29 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to adopt third reading amendment number 60 to House Bill number 1. Okay, we're going to go here a little bit longer. We'll try to, I don't know. You think we can get an amendment done in 8 minutes? We'd like to go about 12:30.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Please, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, privilege of the floor. While we were having that wonderful debate, I looked up here in the North Gallery at the Downing family and seen these wonderful children and spending a Saturday here with us. Could we just ask them to stand? It's refreshing to see these little guys and have them wave at us. Thank you.
Welcome to the House. It is awesome that you guys believe there is no better way to spend your Saturday than to be here with the Wyoming Legislature. So thank you for coming and putting your time and effort in here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just for information's sake, the Senate Majority Floor Leader has been so kind as to provide burritos for lunch for you. So in an effort to try to make this thing move along, we're going to take about a 30-minute break for lunch. There's a lot of leftovers, I have been informed, so potentially we can do this right here, and you can get all the sustenance that you would desire, and then we can get back into the process and continue on. So with that, what do we got? We going on to the next amendment? We'll go on quick. Okay, next amendment for our consideration, number 61, Representative Clouston. Oh, wait, we've got to jump here. Hang on, we got to. Amendment number 120, please. Okay, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 120 to House Bill 1 and ask for your consideration, favorable consideration. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what we were just discussing. And I want to just simply go over the differences between this amendment and the previous one. And there was much discussion about the art of the deal and negotiating, and that's exactly what this is. So the difference, you can start at the very top of this amendment. You can see we delete the previous amendment that we just voted on, and rather than $40 million, we're deleting $20 million. That was mentioned by the good chairman of transportation. And then if you'll go down to the bottom of the first page, this is where we're adding some more language to this particular amendment. And if you recall from our debate over the last week, there was not just one issue that we had with this agency,
Mr. Chairman,
but several.
order, please.
Representative Larson.
Please, Mr. Chairman, if we could just get some clarification. I thought we had to go through, once you started on the amendments, you had to go through the amendments in order and then go to the section 300s.
Okay, let me find out, because that's where I was headed, but let me.
Mr. Speaker, I can get some clarity to that point of clarification.
Would you please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the reason this is now is it's the last one for the agency. Remember, when we're in an agency, before we close out that agency, for the reading, we need to bring those amendments that have to do with that agency.
Okay, is that all right?
Getting a
Thank you.
signal from the prior appropriator, he understands that.
All right,
so.
very good. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, there were multiple issues that we had with this agency, and we addressed, initially we talked about diversity, equity, inclusion, which there's differences of opinion, but many of us believe that this is showing favoritism, and this is the equality state. We don't want that. So at the beginning of page 1, you see this item number 6, Romanet 6, compile an inventory and recommend opportunities. I'm sorry, got off a little bit. We also talked about degree programs and the Moral Act having the words that it has to be a practical education. And so what this does is it allows the Board of Trustees and the administration to eliminate inefficient and impractical degree programs. So it says compile an inventory and recommend opportunities to eliminate degree programs with consideration of course participation and number of recent graduates. We've left a lot of flexibility there. There's the state to the west of us did a similar action last year, and they gave specific numbers of graduates in those degree programs. Right now, we're still in the midst of discussions with this agency, so we're not prescribing things like how many students in a particular program. And then if you go to Romanet 7, here's another additional one that says compile an inventory and recommend opportunities to further restrict any diversity, equity, and inclusion program, activity, or function. And again, last year we passed a bill that said that this would be eliminated at this agency. There's been work towards that end, but then there's also been a little bit of diversion going on. And so we want to make it real clear from our standpoint that that needs to come to an end. And then lastly, on the second page, on the last part of the paragraph, here's a difference from the previous amendment. Rather than putting $40 million at risk, should they not achieve the $5 million savings, there's $20 million at risk. And I'll just remind the body that we're going to go into negotiations with the other body very soon. And so they have fully funded this agency, and we want to work with them to find the right spot. So would appreciate an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, and maybe the chairman of the committee number 2 can help me out here. What is the difference between 40 million and 20 million? I still haven't heard what these numbers are meant to cut, other than we just cut the number in half, other than just using the power of the purse string as a negotiating tactic. To help me understand what we're actually cutting from the university, or what we're putting back to the university when we're adding $20 million, because I still don't understand what the number means. And so probably will still be a no, because I don't understand why we're cutting any money at all, other than quote unquote using it as a negotiating tactic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Heiner, Majority Leader for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During these conversations, there was a meeting of the minds in that the university has been working for a few years now to reduce the number of programs that have very little interest here in Wyoming. And what was brought up was marine biology. And I don't know if they have that program or not, but that was an example. Why are we teaching something like marine biology in Wyoming? But they are evaluating their program for those that have low participation. And the number that we were talking about is 3 to 5 students. But was also brought up that they just can't truncate a program and leave these students stranded. So the words they used was, we need to teach it out so that we don't abandon those students that are in the program. So we're aligning with them. Let's play upon our strengths rather than trying to be so diversified. And the discussion, there was a lot of discussion on what does a liberal education mean that's in the Constitution. There's a lot of discussion about what is a liberal education. Does it mean having a marine biology major? Is that really efficient? And again, I don't know if they have a marine biology. It's just an example that was used. They brought up underwater basket weaving. I don't know if they have that program either, but those are the discussions we had, and we aligned with them that we play upon the strengths. Let's teach things that we have students that want to enroll in, but let's not eliminate programs that have students in that program right now. They want to teach it out, and I think we all agreed upon that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Byron, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second, Representative Larson Lloyd, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kind of 2 questions that I'd like to have addressed. Well, one is I'm trying to figure out the magic of the $5 million savings. Why is it 5 million, or where did you come up with that number and why? And then I would, to the previous speaker, I remember 2 years ago when the university came to us and they had realigned. Remember that? They had realigned a bunch of the colleges and what programs, and we just went ballistic. Said, you can't do that. And the poor president just really took a whipping, as did his staff, because and there were some of them that was appropriate and some that weren't. But I think that they have been trying to do that for quite a period of time, putting College of Ag Business into the College of Business and doing some things of that nature seemed to be reasonable. There's some others that maybe wasn't quite as well thought of. So I think that the university has tried to respond, and then they reacted when we pushed back on this. So but if I could get the question answered on the 5 million and the rationale behind that amount and what deliverables that's tied to, it'd be helpful.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Locke, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second, Representative. First for a second, Representative. Representative Harshman.
First for a second.
First for a second. Representative Provenza.
First for a second, thanks.
First for a second. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the good majority floor leaders' comments. There are absolutely programs there. I've looked through that catalog. I don't know how many different times, ladies and gentlemen. There are some really, really interesting programs over there. And I would submit to this body pretty accurately that, yeah, there's probably low enrollment in some of those. The kicker on this is we actually have a board of trustees that is required to do this exact issue, right? They're the ones that are charged with running the university. We are not the board of directors for the University of Wyoming. We are the board of directors for the state of Wyoming. And then underneath that, we have a subpanel that does exactly that. The board of directors, the board of trustees for the university. They're looking at this. They are the ones that are investigating which programs and which educational purposes need to be cut. And if there's one for marine biology, I would submit to this body, we have a whole bunch of fish and a whole bunch of lakes and water all over in this state. And I think we should probably keep marine biology if we have it over there, ladies and gentlemen.
Representative Campbell, Kevin, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused with all of this. You know, I'm getting emails from my constituents and they're split. There are a lot of people that believe that our university ought to be supported no matter what. And it used to be 100% of the people of Wyoming thought that. But now I'm getting better than 50% of the people are saying, hey, the trustees are the ones that pick the programs, but you are the ones that are funding these guys. The people in my district in the Valley of the Platte are not happy with the curriculum that the university has chosen. They do not believe that the curriculum in ethics of the University of Wyoming accurately reflect upon the wants and the wishes of the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, I never thought there would be a day. I'm a Wyoming native, 4th generation. I never thought there would come a day that the people of Wyoming would look and question funding our own university. But it is because of their policies and their curriculum and their choices that we're here. We need to look at this seriously on both sides before we make hasty decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Geringer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second, Representative Geringer. Any others, first time? Representative Johnson, first time.
First for a second, Mr. Chairman. Thank
First
you.
for a second, Representative Johnson, very good. Any others? Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First for a second.
First for a second, Representative Storr. Any others? Any others would like to speak? Representative Lawley.
First for second.
Do tell, Representative. Any others? Like to speak on the amendment, first time? Seeing none? Okay, we're going to the second round. I have Yin, Heiner, Byron, Larson, Lloyd, Locke, Harshman, Provenza, Brown, Landon, Campbell, K, is Kevin, Geringer, Johnson, Storr, and Lawley. Any of you like to speak on this amendment for a second time? Representative Locke. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I'm struggling here. Thank you so much, and I'll make this quick, but you know, as the representatives already said this, but I'll just use CTE as an example of one of those things where we had a strong CTE program, seemed to have faded away. Now we realize we're trying to push it back, but that's just the beginning of the tip of the iceberg in terms of trying to make a shift in culture to make sure that the focus is on what's important in Wyoming. And I, like everybody else, has a large number of constituents who say, hey, you know, we do love the University of Wyoming and we want to make sure it gets funded. But at the end of the day, there's an expectation that says, hey, when we have some of these classes that make no sense, when we are creating a culture where we're allowing CTE to deteriorate or slow down. Now, I know in recent years, we've really tried to accelerate that, and in credit to this body and credit to many, many people in this body, in all fairness. But that being said, there's still, when you talk to a lot of my constituents, there's still that turning the corner, turning that ship around and making sure we get things on track. I just wanted to throw that out from my perspective. I think that's still a process that we say, hey, part of what we do from the purse string perspective is make sure that that Board of Trustees is listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson Lloyd, for your second time, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 2 and Roman 7, there is a little concerning to me where we talk about compiling an inventory and recommend opportunities to further restrict any diversity, equity, and inclusion program, activity, or function. And I think most of us, as we think about this, sometimes just think about social issues that maybe we think are a little out of place or that we disagree with. And I think that we have really told, which I do not disagree with, I think we've told the university that you can't require our students to take those. 5 kids, University of Wyoming graduates, that was a sliver in their hind end that they had to take some of those courses that they didn't want to. I think we fixed that to where they don't have to take it. But the thing that concerns me is that we've worked really hard over the last probably 6 years to provide programs and an environment that entices our students who graduate who are enrolled members of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribe. These are underserved population that diversify the population of the campus there over the mountain. They want to feel that they're equal and have equal opportunities to participate in public education like everyone out, and to be included. And the university's worked really hard to establish and put into programs. And this last year, trustees approved funding to provide scholarships to make sure that all of them can come. We would then recommend that because it would be an opportunity to restrict that diversity, equity, and inclusion of those individuals. I think that's real. I'm really uncomfortable with that language, and because it's very broad, and I think it impacts those people that we've been working very hard to recruit to the University of Wyoming.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members? Representative Lawley, for your second time. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard mentioned the art of the deal. I will tell you from everything I've heard and I know about the conversations that went on in the meeting, that wasn't a public meeting, we weren't allowed to hear. I will tell you there's no art. There's no art here. There's just punitive actions with no evidence or information in the public record to support them. And there's no deal. Any suggestion that the University of Wyoming has said this is what we will agree to or what we think is right or best is completely false. So no art and no deal, and that's why you should vote no on this amendment.
Any other representative for their second time? Representative Provenza, for your second time, please. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an art of storytelling. We're coming up with a new narrative to try and justify what we have done because the public doesn't support it. So I watched these committee meetings. This wasn't necessarily the discussion. The university already does these studies. They already examine these things. This data was already available. We are trying to write a story about the university that is not true to justify a politically unpopular idea. That's all this is. And I'm not going to participate in the great lie. Vote no.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got a story to tell, a true story. There's a previous member of this House that in order to employ this residents of Wyoming proposed that we build an aircraft carrier and float it in one of our larger lakes. That current, that member is now on the Board of Trustees of UW, and it doesn't give me much confidence that they even know what the heck they're doing.
Representative Johnson, I don't even know what to tell you on that one. So that was out of order. I would have to say that was out of order. If we've been trying to keep decorum, we've been trying to make sure that we didn't impugn or say anything about anybody's motives or what they said. Representative Johnson, please. That was completely out of order, sir. I would suggest we not do that again, or you will be gavelled down. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a discussion here. Let's talk about the amendment. Representatives for the second time. Any others? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to let you know that this dialogue was going both ways. It wasn't just us telling them what we wanted. They were telling us what they needed and what some of their obstacles are. That's where I first learned about Teach It Out. It opened my eyes. We had passed some things this past year to force them to get rid of some programs. And we were a little disappointed that we saw that those programs still continue. But they explained it to us and they said, we have to teach it out. If you have a student that is enrolled in underwater basket weaving, you don't just stop the program, or you just don't announce it in open meeting here in a piece of legislation that we will not have that program in underwater basket weaving anymore. So this legislation, this bill is very broad for that reason. There are a number of programs they are already looking at. And they are in the process of studying whether it's economical to continue with those programs. They are already looking at some of their staffing levels. Do they have the right amount of custodians? Do they have the right amount of gardeners? Do they have the right amount of all of their support staff? And they said that they would study that and get that information to us. They are already looking at a bunch of this stuff. So it wasn't a cram down, as some of you may think it was. It was a dialogue back and forth. They explained many of their positions. We explained some of our positions, and there was a meeting of the minds. Now, is it done? No, it's not. So I'm in favor of this amendment. Let's show them that we are interested in working with them. We don't want to defund the university. We want it to be a strong university for our land grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Byron, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, on and against the amendment. We're all having conversations. That's what we're elected to do. I wasn't privy to the conversations that may or may not have happened yesterday between the House HAC and the Board of Trustees. The conversations I am having with the good people over the hill and the folks that are 400 plus miles away on the other side of the state are much different than the conversations that are being alluded to. The good university made their ask, and it wasn't 20 million. If you look at your budget or your cheat sheet, you can figure out what that is. The cuts do not reflect the people I have spoken with, and it's a shame we are at this point. It hurts me that I can't vote for this budget bill. It hurts me that I can't vote for this amendment. The hardworking community that we all live in values honesty. They value freedom. They don't like getting told what to do. When I come down here, they ask me to ride for the brand. The world needs more cowboys. Vote no.
Representative Geringer, for your second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do applaud the bringer for finally identifying an issue that he has with the performance of the University of Wyoming. But I want to point something out here that I think you need to pay attention to. Even if they comply with the inventorying of courses, even if they comply with the section on DEI, even if they comply with the study and the analysis and propose a $5 million savings, they still get cut $20 million. That's what this amendment does. So even if they do everything they're asked to do, they get cut $20 million with this amendment. It looks like we're giving them 20 million, but in effect, what we're saying is, no, you still get cut, even if you comply. This is a net $20 million reduction. And potentially a $40 million reduction if they don't comply. I'm wondering where the fairness of the deal is here. When you're asked to perform, or when think about it in terms of an employer-employee relationship. As an employee, you're told, hey, you need to fix something here. We don't agree with how you're doing things. But if you do that, we'll allow you to keep your job, or we won't cut your pay. As opposed to, well, we're going to cut your pay, we're going to fire you. We'll leave it with cut your pay. Even if we cut your pay, we're going to cut your pay. This is a bad analogy. I apologize. I shouldn't do that on the fly. The point of the matter is, we're asking them to do something. We're asking them to comply with a bunch of language here, but we're still going to cut you $20 million. That's the bottom line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Worf, we're on second go around, so we didn't speak on the first.
Oh, we started that? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Mr.
yeah, we're
Speaker,
well into it, but thank you. Thank you, Representative. Any others for their second time? Representative Harshman, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for all the debate and talking about our university. And I've moved 3 of my kids into dorms down there, and my first one in 2009, and I thought, these are the same dorms that were around when I was a kid. And then did a little more research. They were 1964, just after I was born. And so we went to work and did some. We love our university, and none of my kids were marine biologists. I can tell you that. They're doing a great job, and it's changed their life. You know, the people they've met, the books they've read, has changed their life. And they'll go on to change a lot of other lives. That's what this is about. And so I would just say to the 31 of us who grabbed onto the parachute, I would tell you your aye vote was so appreciated, but I'd ask you to vote no on this. And I would just say that I've never seen this on the floor of the House, and it's perfectly okay to bring this amendment in quickly. We give it through our rules, but to bring it in right after, I just never have seen that. And that's fine. But let's vote for Wyoming, for our kids and for our great university, which is the tip of the spear on our economic development and our development of our state. So please vote no on this amendment. Don't know where the 20 million came from. Oof. I don't know what it means, but please vote no.
Representative Storer for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was up here a little while ago talking about how young people in this state don't think that we are giving them an opportunity to be different. And so here we are trying to punish the university for creating a place where people can think outside the box, can bring different perspectives, can figure out and how to be a citizen who understands what other people who are different from them understand. That's what going to the university is about. It's expanding your mind. It's expanding your experience. It's learning from others who are different from you. And here we are saying to the university that we don't want you to do that. That just seems crazy. So if we think if we can't build a university that celebrates diversity, celebrates fairness and equity, and recognizes that everyone really is welcome to come there and learn from one another. That's what a university is for. That's what we should be funding.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their second time? I have Landon Brown, Campbell, Kevin, and Representative Yin. None? Okay, back to the bringer. Representative Bear, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the spirited debate. The good majority floor leader talked about no commitments were made in our discussions, and we can't. No individual member can speak for 93. And that's why we bring this amendment, so that every one of us can have an opportunity to speak on this discussion. And on their side, no one member could speak for the entire Board of Trustees or for the administration. So much more needs to be said. And that is why, and this should address several of the questions, broad language is being used here. As we work with the university, we'll be able to tighten that language up. But as we do, we need to make sure that it's clear what our concerns are. And when it comes to the diversity, equity, inclusion, it was just said by the previous speaker that we need fairness. Well, is it fair to discriminate against any individual for their immutable characteristics? And I say no. And this body said no last year. And we need to be clear about that. And this amendment makes that clear. Please vote aye.
Body, you're voting on amendment number 120 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Assistant Chief Clerk, will please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks excused. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Lisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Feiler. Fornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haraldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washit. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 32 aye, 28 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to adopt third reading amendment number 120 to House Bill number 1. Okay, members, we're going to take about 30 minutes here. There's food in the break room in there. I would encourage you to go grab something, and we will get right back on this at 1:30.